would like to call to order the Bedford County School Board meeting, regular meeting for tonight, Thursday, August 7th, 2025. Ms. Johnson, if you will, please take the roll.
Mr. M. Hill.
Here.
Mr. Daniels.
Here.
Ms. Bedrosian.
Here.
Mr. S. Hill.
Here.
Mr. Holbrook.
Here.
Dr. Peabody.
Here.
Mrs. Purvis. Here. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Do I have a motion for the approval of the agenda as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Daniels. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The agenda is approved. If you will, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you will, please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, we're going to move into our work session. This is a little different. This meeting, there were some topics brought forward that school board members wanted to discuss. And so we will start with 2.01, and the first being dress code. And so Ms. Purvis, I will turn it over to you to bring up the topic, and then we'll have questions and comments by other board members.
So before I address any of the topics, I want everyone to understand something very important, and that is that I'm bringing these subjects before the board as well as the administration and the public for the purpose of finding acceptable solutions. Solutions are the goal, and making Bedford County Public Schools a place of pride and academic excellence is the reward that hopefully we will come to by working together. So there's 3 topics that I've brought before the board.
We're just talking about dress code.
Right.
Okay.
One of them, the first one is the dress code. So many of our students are dealing with broken homes, drugs in the home, verbal, physical, and even sexual abuse. And our administrators and teachers have huge responsibilities as it is. So why complicate things with a revised dress code? And that seems to be like the big, it's a big undertaking. It always brings a headache. So I had come up with a few ideas because I was praying about this. I'm like, do we even pursue this? Why is this important? So the way we dress is a reflection of who we are. And if we're wearing pajamas, bedroom slippers, have disheveled hair, frumpy grandpa's closet, oversized clothing, or revealing or provocative clothing, it's a reflection of what we think of ourselves and also how others perceive us. Our mental health is closely related in the way we dress, down to even what colors we wear, believe it or not. And we as educators are setting the tone, so what kind of tone are we setting for our students? So I realize that we're fighting a cultural trend, and that's not an easy task. And that is why we would need to promote and campaign a self-respect, respect for others, and respect for authority in order to change not just the dress code, but the mindset. And again, we are dealing with terrible mental health, so this is just one aspect of trying to help have kids have more self-respect and more confidence in themselves and in their abilities. And it is vital for the teachers and the staff to set that tone. So recently, after some scantily dressed girls and lots of pajama bottoms at one of our high schools, I asked some teachers if there was a student dress code. And one teacher replied, there is, but it isn't really enforced. And when the topic was brought up on social media posts, these were some of the responses, and I quote, "The dress code needs," all in caps, "to be enforced. The things I see kids wearing is insane." End of quote. Another parent said, dress code definitely needs to be enforced. Things I see are shocking, and I don't know why it is allowed. And unfortunately, these same parents also didn't even know there was a dress code or where to find it. So accordingly, I have provided the board with a copy of the dress code and also a copy of the dress code that was from, I believe, 2013, so we can compare the two. So the first page is the dress code for 2025, 2026, and the second page is the dress code that was in place back in 2013. So our CPO meetings, I've addressed this a couple times in our CPO meetings, and there were a couple of things that were mentioned. One is Dr. Woodford mentioned that many of our students wear pajamas because it's all they can afford. If we choose to eliminate pajamas in our dress code, which is an option, I'm hopeful that we can find solutions for these children, because obviously we don't want children to feel excluded because, or punished because they can't afford to wear pants instead of pajamas. Also, Dr. Woodford mentioned the possibility of enforcing a dress code was one of the options for addressing the dress code was to move to uniforms. I do not recommend this option, but we can discuss that. So I'm coming to the full board to open this up for discussion. In the end, I'd like to propose three things. One is we appoint a dress code committee to review and adjust the dress code to reflect self-respect without making it complicated or laborious. We want to be sensitive to the teachers that want to just teach. They don't want to have to constantly be looking for dress code violations. And the principals don't want to constantly be dealing with dress code violations. So we need to make it simple, and easily enforced. And we also ask the administration to promote a year-long campaign. And I mean just a year long, because I don't want it just to be mentioned one time in the family life curriculum for, one sentence. I want it to be a real promotion of self-respect, respect for peers, and respect for authority. Back when we were looking for a superintendent, and we asked the community, what are some things that you really want our superintendent to address? And that one of the biggest one that was on that list, for those of you who were part of the board then, you remember, is discipline. There was lack of discipline. So that respect for authority also falls into that. And then we also asked the administration to come up, I would like to also ask the administration to come up with a reasonable and consistent protocol that enforces the dress code, so that we are consistent. We say this is the way it's supposed to be, and this is why you've violated the dress code. And then we also need to make sure that our parents are aware of the dress codes, because many of them don't even know there is a dress code or where to find it. And I took a little bit of time for me to find it. I tried to just Google it, didn't come up. What came up was the last one, the one that was from 2013. I did finally find it on board docs, and it's on like page 50 something in our handbook, the student handbook. So I don't know about you, but I don't know if a parent's going to get to page 53 on the student handbook, or even the students are going to get to that before school starts. So I'd like to make sure that we have that. And when my request is, if we do a committee, that we have students involved in that process. Students, principals, teachers, parents, and administration, and school board members, all part of that, so that we have a vested interest from all of the different, as we call it, stakeholders in this situation. So I'm opening it up for discussion. That was why I was bringing it.
So before, we're going to turn it over to school board members to ask additional comments or make comments or ask other questions. But staff, I'm going to come to you as well, because I want you to have an opportunity to respond to what you just heard. And then I'll be interested in what is the current policy, how are we doing that today, et cetera, so to understand. So opening up to school board members who have questions or comments.
So what, how many, do you know how many violations we have had, or
the tractor? I know you don't have that
We
answer
don't
now.
have the data in front of us. It's not, our principals shared that it's not a concern they don't have. It's not coming to them from teachers, parents, or major concerns.
On the leniency side, now I have received several phone calls from parents upset because principals are enforcing it. You know, as far as a discipline sanction or something like that. The principals have told me that they received those complaints on the implementation side, but not on the leniency side.
Would you say that the tone is more of a don't look, don't tell policy, or are they actually addressing the current dress code and trying to enforce it?
So Mr. Tucker and I met with all of the secondary principals, so all middle and high principals, during our leadership conference in June, in early June. And we knew that we'd been talking about it in IGA, we've been talking about it in CPO. So we made a point to bring it up and talk about the importance of consistent enforcement. And if in fact, are they hearing any issues? And they were honestly, they were shocked that they hadn't received any leniency concerns, like I said, but they did assure us, because we kept saying, does anything need to change to help you enforce it better? Those help staff, and they seemed shocked that we were even bringing it up. They said we've got everything we need. I was very confident in their response to me that they do believe that they have everything they need in assisting with basically what our dress code now does is allow them to determine if it's a disruption to the school day or if it's a disruption to or a safety issue. So a disruption or a safety issue. I did go back and dig for because I have been leading the process of updating the Code of Student Conduct for the last 3 years. So I did go back and dig on the history of the dress code in Bedford County, and I was an assistant principal and a principal, and Dr. Calvert and Dr. Woodford was as well during that time. But prior to 2011 and 12, the dress code was very specific on the length of measurements, and it was 3 inches from the collarbone to the garment and 5 inches from the top of the knee to the garment. In 2011 and 12, it changed, and that was a big push of the 3x5 index card for all staff. So I think implementation consistency has always been an issue, no matter what the dress code is. I saw that as a high school principal because a lot of some of your staff will implement it with fidelity down to the minute details. Some are rule followers, and then others are more on the, I know this is going to cause a disruption and it's not causing a disruption, so I'm just going to go ahead and teach. I think that's what I observed during my tenure as principal and assistant principal. So in 11 and 12, they did a really big push for that 3x5 index card. And we pushed it. We tried, I preached as a principal, if one of you doesn't do it, it cuts the legs from all of us. We have to be pulling the cart in the same direction. In 17-18, it changed. So from 11-12 to 17-18, it stayed the same. 17-18, there was no more 3x5s because I think there was a lot of pushback from parents about the actual measurements, and I can't find a garment that meets that measurement, those kind of things. So in 18-19, it changed to the language above mid-thigh when standing or sitting, and that didn't go well at all, what I can remember either, because in 18-19, in 19-20, it changed again to the current dress code, and that's more focused on the safety. Does it cause a safety issue, or does it cause a disruption? And it also defines the area that has to be covered in all students, and that's from the armpits down. So
It says the clothing must cover the torso below the armpits as well as the buttocks.
yes.
just so.
I'd like to add too, that when I started here last year, I took the superintendent's survey and literally chunked it apart, and I handed out to every SWAT that I went to, as a understanding of what the public that contributed to that was saying the superintendent needed to do. So one of the very first things that I did with Dr. Cornett, and just nod your head if I'm right here, was to go back and say the biggest issue that comes up when I'm with parents or teachers or anybody at that point was the consistency in which we applied consequences. And so I asked him to go back and review the student code of conduct, which for him includes the handbooks, and address all of the, I call it discipline matrix. It's everything from tardy to class to dress code to, cursing at a teacher. They all fit in there in a sequence. And so what I was hearing from the public is that we weren't applying consequences the same. I was not hearing that dress code was the issue. I was hearing that if someone did something in class, then they were maybe not treated the same way in one zone as they might be treated in another zone. So it wasn't necessarily in the school, it was zone to zone comparisons. And I heard that all the time. I heard that on every topic that applied to paint the school. We get it, they don't. Suspend a kid. Our kid gets suspended, their kid gets detention. So what he did was go back and literally with Dr. Trosberg, the principals,
Mr. Tucker.
Tucker, I always do that. I'm trying to give you a different job. Is to literally go back through that and look at every single part of the matrix and make sure it's applied the same on all three zones. So I think that is now posted.
So that's a working document that our principals have with the expectation that we're going to start it this year. Many of them started it last year, and when they were applying it in the previous years, they were meeting the student code of conduct. But our student code of conduct are in levels, and each level has a variety of dispositions or sanctions that the principals can pick. So what Mr. Tucker and I did, working with primarily our secondary schools, was to take each disciplinary code, which is each type of violation, whether it's electronic device or fighting, or, all the VDOE codes, and we first offense, second offense, and made those consistent across, with the understanding that a principal may need to deviate from that at some times due to the severity of the violation, and they have the authority to do that, but that is our standard operating procedures, and I think the principals are excited about it, and it will bring more consistency throughout the division. Now, we developed that with mainly 8th grade through 12th grade, because Mr. Tucker is a master and a expert at the developmental stages of our students, and that is 8th grade through 12th grade in mind, but it also can step down for 7th through 4th, and then our elementary principals can also deviate from that as needed, if that is a guide. So,
Mr. Hill, may I? So just a couple of things that Mrs. Purvis shared from CPO. So I think some of the things that we talked about in CPO was that we weren't hearing from parents and teachers. I think she was hearing from some parents and some teachers. I don't remember saying pajamas was okay to wear, because that's one of the things we wouldn't let students wear. I did say that when there was a proposal that perhaps we could incentivize or do rewards for students for the way they dress, and I was pointing out that I thought that would be detrimental to reward students for wearing certain clothes, because they may only have on what they could afford. So I just wanted to say I'm not okay with pajamas. I did mention a uniform and what I said was, if we want everyone wearing the same thing with consistency, that's about the easiest way to do it. And then students would still probably find a way to make theirs look different than someone else. I think that what we've tried to do is reach back out to principals and ask people, what are your concerns? If I could just make a suggestion, whenever we are talking about major changes or big events, I would like to survey parents and teachers and really find out, is this as big an issue? I know as an administrator, I feel like sometimes when one parent, two parent, three parents call me, it's like, oh, that's a big thing. And then I find out when I start talking, it may not be. So my only suggestion before we go through a lot that seems to be working for our schools and our principals is that we really survey teachers, students, families, whoever, to find out what they feel are the big issues and their big concerns. And for us, I think we don't know that dress code is one of our largest concerns right now. I will say the dress code is in the code of conduct for parents, because when you register your child for school, you have to sign off saying you've read and understand that. So our assumption is when you sign, you have read the dress code and everything else in there. So that's just, I will say we do work with self-respect, respect for others, respect for authority. That's one of our pillars that we focus on in our elementary all the way through high school, our counseling lessons, our counseling work. We talk about that in, our health classes and family life. You're going to hear more about that, about respecting you as a person and others. So I feel like we have some of this stuff in place, but that's just wanted to clarify that.
One thing I wanted to add too, additionally with our current dress code, back in 1920, and I was a principal at that time, all the principals.
Year 2019 to 2020, because you look really good if it was 1920.
2019, 2020.
I was gonna say, I don't know what the dress code was back then. It's probably a little stricter than it is now.
Uniforms.
Did I say 1919? Sorry, 1920. Back then, all the 6 principals, secondary principals, got together. On top of what is in the code of conduct, we all were allowed by the board to agree if there were any additional items or any additional concerns that we could put in our handbook. And consistently, we did come up with those, and I can get you a copy if you would like, but it's basically transparent garments, pajamas, bedroom slippers, those kind of items, blankets, and those are consistently placed in the student handbook, which also is signed by the student and the parent. And our principals, first week of school, they hit, dress code is a part of what they hit very, very hard with students, as far, in addition to behavior expectations.
Sorry, so just so I'm clear, I don't see anything about pajamas on here. You have it in a different place?
Right, each secondary principal has that in their student handbook.
Additional item, like
Because it's not
examples of
applicable
items.
to all schools, it's not applicable to elementary schools, it's only applicable to our high schools and our middle schools. So they have that in their handbook and they hit that and communicate that with their student bodies.
But we still are seeing pajama bottoms and slippers.
And I would say if we are and staff and parents are concerned, principals need to hear that and give principals some time to listen to those concerns, address those concerns, and if they're not addressed, they should come to me and I'll have a discussion with the principals. But I do know principals are enforcing the dress code, at least on many topics, because I have received some complaints about enforcement.
Okay, thank you. I think the first thing that we can do is we can enforce the way that our teachers and our staff dress. And I think that's something that we can do and we can be consistent. Every time the executive team gets around this table, or anytime I see them, you guys are dressed the way that you are. That's a great example of how I would expect our teachers and our staff to dress. I understand there's casual Fridays and different things, but there's certain things that are acceptable and certain things that are not. I think what would help a ton between this and the student code of conduct for the dress code would be pictures of what is acceptable. When I go to a meeting, it's business casual, it's business elegant, whatever it is, you're expected to wear. For a guy, it's pretty easy. It's just a jacket on top of your collared shirt, you know. But I think it's good to have standards and to say this is what is acceptable. By saying what is acceptable, you kind of say what's not acceptable without not necessarily having to say it. That being said, I toward schools with Mr. Hill at times a couple of years ago and this past year, and there are things that I see in those schools that, I mean, maybe it's anecdotal, but I see things that I'm like, I'm glad my daughter doesn't wear that. Like, I don't think it's acceptable to wear. However, I myself would not necessarily feel comfortable telling a student that either. So I think this is where what we're gonna need is if the dress code needs to change, and maybe it's a review of the current dress code with PTA, admin, students. If you don't have student buy-in, just forget it. You're not gonna, it doesn't make any sense. Talk them through it and come up with something. Now, school's already starting next week, so what are we gonna do? I'm sure that now that we're talking about it, we're gonna get either phone calls or we're gonna get pictures or something. So we have to be proactive and say, maybe there's something we need to do just to look at it, and just to get buy-in from all sides and say what is acceptable. So I think you need that. You talked about enforcement, and you know, again, if it was me, just being honest, if I saw something that I probably would have a little concern with, and I was concerned if I said it, how it would be construed, I probably wouldn't say it. So if it doesn't get reported in that, then you're not gonna have a violation that's on the document. You know, if I'm driving 37 in a 35, I'm technically speeding. Am I gonna get that enforced? Probably not. I still was going too fast, right? So I think that's where you're not gonna see that. But I like the fact you said we need to be consistent across the board. That's 100% correct. I think that, again, just because and in the community, if people feel it's okay, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is okay. If we have higher standards, then we should have higher standards. But, because we're trying to pull people along, and we want to model the behavior that we'd like to see. But I think that if we do make any changes at any point, that those are the stakeholders that you need involved to get together and say, are we good? What's acceptable? Let's actually put some pictures in there. And then I think that you probably would see some change on their own, especially if the students are buying in.
Well, and part of being consistent, and I respect exactly what you said, Mr. Daniels, is that, and it has been brought up in the CPO meeting, is that men feel awkward pointing out a girl that's scantily dressed or whatever. So what is the procedure for that? Do we have a procedure for that?
I think what I've done for years, and I think some of the principals here will echo this, is that if I'm a teacher in a room with a girl that has something on inappropriate, I'm gonna find a female teacher to address that issue as soon as class is over. As he said, if it's not disruptive to the class immediately. And that's the way I've always addressed it, because it's almost always better received from a female than it is a male. And so that's one way that I dealt with it. I'm sure they've had that discussion as well.
Do the men in the male teachers or principals know what that procedure is?
I mean, I think every principal has a procedure for reporting it. When I was a principal, they knew if they were uncomfortable, they got word to me, and I would pull the student and handle it from there. I do think that I'm just going to say, and I don't mean to be gender specific, but I think our men in our schools are a little bit more worried about calling young girls out for what they're wearing, especially with all the Title IX complaints and things like that. It's very rare that we're gonna see a boy who has something on so inappropriate that a woman would feel uncomfortable. I mean, you know, maybe a tank top or something, or a chain on their belt, nothing that, so it is really hard for our male teachers. And I do think that they are very aware of that. And I think they may as Mr. Dupere says, have Buddy, a female teacher who can help them out with that, or they report it to the office and then, an administrator handles.
It's a good best practice.
Yeah.
I think that for sure should happen.
We don't want our employees to be uncomfortable, and when you're standing in a school and all these kids are coming in, they're good at having a jacket on when they walk by you, and then it comes off and they're in the classroom, and, it's, having them all stand up and get inspected and all that, that's just too much, and so.
Yeah,
think
I don't
we-
think if you,
I think it
you're
has to be
3.1, get out of here, like, I don't think that, nobody wants to do that.
No,
You gotta pick your battles.
exactly, it
you
has
need
to
the
be
buy-in,
something
and I think
so
If
disruptive.
it's egregious, you're gonna know that it's
Yes.
egregious, and I think that's, I think that's what you're driving
I'm
at.
just trying to make sure that I have been approached several times about this from different parents and teachers even. And so I just thought it needs to be before the board so that we can discuss the possibilities of reviewing this, so that we can get, just address it. And I have been told many times, there's one high school, and I won't say which one, has been pointed out over and over again as being the one that is not consistent with the dress code. So, anyway, so we need to make sure that we have some kind of protocol, some kind of understanding of how to deal with, that it's very clear, and that the parents know what the dress code is, so then if their child is called in because of a dress code violation, they don't have anything to argue about, so.
What is the consequence, if I can just ask? If it was, is it a
So-
three-strike
so-
program? How
So
do you do it?
typically, the student is offered a chance to remedy the issue, and then after that, it goes on the discipline matrix. I don't have it right off the top of my head, but I'm sure in-school suspension would be, in there, and then it would be progressive after that.
And most of what we hear is, so let's say a young lady has a shirt on that's too low cut. All schools have extra clothes that are clean, that we give them the option, you can put this shirt on that's appropriate. If they choose not to do that, they can call home and have someone bring them something, but they don't get to go back to class until it's remedied. If they just flat out refuse, then they're disciplined for defiance, and parents are called and we talk through it with them. So, the thing is, once it's broken and it's come to the office, you have to fix it. We're not gonna let you go back to class if you've got an inappropriate shirt on, or a skirt that's too short or whatever.
So it sounds like the gap is between, that sounds great, and then you're hearing, and I commend you for serving, because that's why you're here, is for the parents, and so the gap is like everything's in place, and yet something's happening between here and there, where, because sometimes common sense comes in, and where things are consistent and the students face the same thing, then it kind of lessens the, trying to sneak in or trying to break the rules. That's just what I'm hearing. But I think, like Christopher, what you were saying is, we call it dress code, but really it's teaching environment, and so you're teaching them a standard. And so Bedford County needs to decide what is the standard, and then we have so much to offer to teach them that when you graduate, life is full of standards. And but so I think that's great. It's like it's all in place. Going to a woman approaching and trying to, and then all the consequences and consistent are so, very gracious and, taking into consideration the heart and, safe face and all that. So I don't know, it seems like that's where the problem is, maybe, if you wanna call it.
I would recommend that we survey. We can survey the populations on the campus, then you can get, if it's a particular school, then you can get a pocket of school differences in opinion. And before we do anything else with setting up committees, I would say we survey.
To a point, no part of this discussion do I like. You can't fit any of this into an Excel spreadsheet, so it really confounds my mind. I've had a couple emails about dress code. It's all actually been on the other end of it of, hey, we're too strict on certain areas. But I think on a macro level, the purpose, I think, of Bedford County Schools is to develop talent, to be able to put out into the workforce, to be able to, put talent into Bedford County so we can attract businesses and continue the ones we have. So I think an emphasis, kind of like Kathleen was saying, needs to be on professional attire. And I think the good thing about professional attire is it's not gender specific because, I work with a lot of men in construction. And if I see a guy coming on a job site with flip-flops on or, not professional attire, he's getting kicked off the job site. So I think exposing people to a standard, now obviously, I don't expect everyone to be in a construction, I don't expect everyone to steel-toed boots when they come into school. But if they're exposed to a standard early on, I think that will help develop them later on in life. So I'd love to see just whatever standard we decide upon. I think the emphasizing professional, emphasizing that, hey, we're getting you ready for a workforce. I think if you put emphasizing on getting you ready for a workforce rather than you're being a distraction or some way, objectifying people, I think is for me, an easier pill to swallow. I also, do have a concern on the Title IX, just compliance section of it. Not that this would be outside of Title IX compliance, but every time we get a Title IX complaint, and you guys might know this answer, if you have a Title IX complaint, how many man hours does that take? Even if it's an unfounded.
Loads.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would say probably
Unbelievable.
30 to 40 hours.
So I mean, that's
Collective.
a significant price tag, even if it's unfounded.
And about 4 to 5 staff members.
Yeah, so that would be something I would, I'd love to be able to figure out a way to where when I agree with you, the policy needs to be looked at just because it looks like from history, about every 5 to 6 years it gets re-looked at. I think that's a fair thing to do. I just want to emphasize professionalism, maybe less gender specific. And I know that's going to be hard, and I'm not volunteering for that committee in any way, but
I mean, I think that's the point that I was trying to make in that self-respect.
Yeah.
Is that we are portraying, we're communicating without even saying a word by the way we present ourselves. So can we talk about presenting ourselves in a more professional manner?
yeah, I think I just like the use of the word professional and the self-respect. Of course, I come from the old school of that wasn't extremely valued when I grew up, but I think everyone's going to be going into some profession somewhere for the large majority of our students. Setting whatever standard, it doesn't matter to me what career you're going into, you're gonna have a standard of expected dress. And so just kind of setting that up at the very beginning, I think if we can, for me, if I can look through that lens, it makes me a lot more comfortable with this whole discussion.
Well, I'd say the vast majority of the students, from what I've seen, being on different campuses, and I have seen some, like you were saying, some risque things, for sure. But I'd say the vast majority of them are following. And I get what you're saying, like I said, you gotta pick your battles, cause is it gonna cause more of a commotion? I remember getting dress code violations when I was in school. And it was for having I don't even remember, some shirt, something I had on the back of it. And, which the teacher wanted me to turn it out, inside out. Ended up happening, but my parents had my back on that because, of course, they paid for the clothes. So it's hard, it's a hard place to be. I know what you're saying. But I see on the former one, it does have, dispositions one or more may apply, where it doesn't have that on there. I guess this is exactly what's on the.
He doesn't have that.
Okay. You talking about exactly from the.
This is
from the student,
Okay.
Dress code.
Just the dress code.
handbook, online, that's all I could find as far as the dress code. I don't know,
Okay, this
you
is
said
the-
something
this
about
is
there's
the
a different
back
one
page.
for high school, and I didn't see that.
That's the extra.
I think the difference is between the code of conduct and the student handbook. I think each,
So in the code of conduct also, there is a a matrix of every sanction,
Step.
of every violation, and it would, you know, show the different levels that you could apply, so there's different
So it is
dispositions.
on there. I got you.
So,
Can I make a comment, Mark?
sure, absolutely.
I've sat on the CPO committee and the IGA committee and participated in all of these discussions and I think my umbrella view of all of this is that we have a decent code in place and we have a way of addressing it. And on the administrative end, we're not getting a whole lot of complaints. And we're getting complaints, whether they're founded or just anecdotal or whatever. It's hard to quantify how many incidences are really happening without doing some sort of a survey. Before we go revamping the dress code and making a big to-do about it, I think we need to establish if it really is a problem or if we're just dealing with anecdotal things. The points that have been well taken are our administrative staff, our teachers, they need to adhere to the dress code. That's part of their employment contract. And if they're not following the code, well, then the students have, they're not gonna wanna do anything. You know, if they don't have to, we're not going to. So we need to set an example from the top down. And that's probably the best way that we have of creating an atmosphere of self-respect and changing the culture of the schools if we want to address it through dress code. And that's a part of how we're making and turning out good citizens.
Well, and that could be done just verbally.
Sure.
You know, like the principal going to a teacher and saying, wow, you look sharp today, just as they're walking through the just encouraging them, oh, today you look, not like, well, today you look, but not, but you look really sharp today. Or the teachers encouraged to do that to the students as well, to create an atmosphere of professionalism and, an atmosphere of self-respect where we encourage that and bless that and acknowledge that and affirm that.
So-
Would be helpful.
I've heard everything that was said. I mean, I'm absolutely fine if we want to do survey, I'll support that. But I do want to make a comment because we're about building citizens and promoting success. I have 4 kids. They are all different. What one wears, the other one wouldn't be caught dead in. And we have sat around this table for the last 8 years and we have talked about trying to get kids to come to school. They want to come to school. We want them to come to school. I want to be very careful how we present this as a dress code per se. All about reviewing it, understanding, implementing policy. I think we have the policy. But what I don't want to do is make one kid feel like we're turning them away. And so, yes, I understand you've got to follow policy, but we've got principals and teachers in place who understands that there's one-offs and they understand what's going on in that kid's life. And so there are going to be times where we have to go, and I'm going to say this, Josh, outside of that black and white box. And he's twitching over there. But I just want to make sure we're all looking at big picture. Hey, I absolutely agree. We've got to set a standard. But we're also in the business, and I'm reading it again, building citizens and promoting success. And we've got to meet kids where they are. And I never, ever want us to be the ones that are turning somebody away. And so I say all of that just to remind us of we're here for Bedford County and the kids. Do not disagree with anything that has been said or stated. I think it's a great idea to review these policies. We do that in IGA. We do that all the time. So it doesn't hurt to review this and talk about it. But I do not want any kid to feel like we're turning them away or chastising them for something that they're wearing. But again, I understand there's boundaries.
And just to piggyback off of that, one of the things that I've been taught all the time is if you have a piece of string and you push it, does the string move forward? No, the string resists. But if you pull that string, the string will follow you. So I think that's what we want to do. We're trying to take these kids where they are and help build them up to reach their potential. So another saying is that you inspect what you expect. And that's something else that has been taught to me. For example, a couple years ago, this beard that I have right now, I think it looks pretty good. I was not allowed to wear that at work. We had to be clean shaven. Stephen Hill, that beard would not fly, I'll tell you right now. But, that doesn't mean that because you have I have, that is who we are. We're trying to get the best out of what's inside, out of the kids. So I think that's important, but, I think that you brought up another good point is a lot of times where these kids are coming from, maybe they don't have a good self-worth, and maybe that has nothing necessarily to do with how they dress. It's our job to get what the gifts that God has given all of us out. And I think that to have classes and to have different things, and maybe they don't want to hear it from me or you or anybody else, maybe there's YouTubers that talk about this. We've got to find ways to get through to them and talk to them about how you present yourself. What's the nonverbal cues, verbal communication, how you dress, how you hold yourself. All these things are important. They're going to go for jobs. That's important. Being on time, being respectful. Yes, sir. It's not just because we want you to follow something. It's because it just gives the best representation of yourself. So I think there's tons of things that we can do. Maybe we talk about it in our code of conduct. Maybe this is part of it. I think that Mr. Dupere saying we should put a survey out is a very good first step. And then if we have to do anything with the review, again, I will reiterate again, you need all the stakeholders involved. And if you do not have any students involved, you're never going to get by. So I think we're all kind of saying sort of the same things, from the enforcement to how the teachers and staff dress, all the way down. I think that's good. And I think bringing it out here in front of the public, it lets them know that, hey, we are always thinking of things. And it may be good now, maybe it's the best that it's going to be, and we're doing it. But we always are good at reviewing, coming back and saying, is there anything we can be doing better? So I think that's super important. So with that's all I really have to say.
And there's a saying that says rules without relationship brings rebellion, but rules with relationship brings respect. And I think
Which
that's,
is like Marcus was saying, it's more so
it's more than,
how it's implemented.
Yeah.
How it's presented, don't we just say boot camp, but talk to them, whatever, and I think that's kind of how it's being handled. And you're gonna have some that you just can't talk to.
So
That was one of them.
what action, if any, are we asking staff to do?
I definitely like the idea of the survey.
Survey?
Yeah, I think so. And maybe we separate surveys, a parent survey, 'cause parents are just as much
Whoever,
stakeholders,
yeah.
yeah.
parents and
When would we like that
teachers
done
and principals.
and staff, how long do you need to get that survey? And look, this is the first week of school, so I'm not asking this to be
September
done.
maybe.
I'm sorry?
I said I would wait till like maybe September or something to.
Okay.
And at that time, that gives the principals some time to see it on their campus. Is it a problem? Well, let's get a grip on this. So
Not even there. Well, and we should survey the students too.
that's kind of what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give the kids, give the kids a
But
little time.
parents especially.
Kids will let you know,
Just
for
for
sure.
my clarity, do you want us to share that survey ahead of time with you all, so if you have any input, or do you want us to take it to CPO or IGA or?
You guys want it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to
fine.
see
Just
it.
share it.
I mean,
Okay.
honestly, I was gonna write one, but I didn't ran out of time. Because that's what I was thinking, was we
Just keep
needed
it simple.
to survey, and so that
Yeah.
we're not just,
Okay.
having opinions. We'll work on it.
Any other actions on
Oh,
dress?
question, you would probably do that on a Google form, so that we can aggregate all the responses, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Any other comments on 2.01? 2.02, library materials.
So this one is more of just a discussion, but just being aware a little bit more of the library books and things that we have in our curriculum. I have reviewed a lot of the curriculum we have, and actually I was surprised at how good a lot of it is. Because thinking in public school, there's a lot of really good material that we're using in our schools. And then now we've just implemented a new we're gonna be implementing a new math curriculum that I was able to be a part of, and that was exciting to see that. And since library books have been a hot topic, I'm trying, and we've worked on this already for a while, so I'm not really addressing it in that way that we're trying to get rid of anything. But it's more about making sure that we have parity. So whether there's so many different worldviews, mostly there's two different worldviews that are competing against each other, but there are several different worldviews. But I'm gonna give you an example of trying to bring parity in. For example, the Civil War. We live kind of in the South, we're in the middle of Virginia. There's a North, there's a South, there's opinions on both sides. And I haven't looked at the curriculum, so I'm not criticizing any curriculum, but if the curriculum that's only taking one side of the argument for something, it doesn't allow the students to actually delve in and dig in and decide for themselves what they think the Civil War was all about, for example. That's just an example. So I want to make sure that we have opposing views and that our libraries are not just, and that our teaching is not just, this is what you are supposed to think, instead of, these are some of the different options and different different arguments for us, for example. So we have a lot of disinformation and misinformation, those big buzzwords that we've been hearing. So it's important for us to teach our students how to think rather than what to think. So teaching them how to think for themselves, training them how to do their own research, training them how to debate and come to their own conclusions, rather than just regurgitating facts or opinions that are in their textbooks or on the SOL. So that could be, that has to do with the kind of books we have in our libraries where we have opposing views, and so that people can look at, students can look at either view. It also has to do with what's in our curriculum. What are we teaching in our science or history or whatever? And is there an opposing view? Is there somebody else who thinks that this was a different thing? Like, it could be math, could be history, could be anything. Usually not math so much, but still usually history and science, and even some of the projects that the kids do for English. So I just want to make sure that we're teaching our students how to think instead of what to think. And I'm open to discussion on how we can incorporate that, and if you guys disagree with that, and we should just teach them what to think. I just wanted to, I don't have an action item or a plan for that, but I just wanted to open that discussion up.
Do you have any specific concerns about,
Well, I have seen things in the library, but I haven't seen the counter of it. So there was a big display on LGBTQ community, but many people don't realize the LGBT community is very violently sexual. And it causes a lot, and they're also very, if you're part of that community and you leave that community, they are very violent against you. I haven't seen any books about that, but I have seen a lot of books affirming it. Or transgenderism, or evolution creation, or, all climate change and as a climate cycles. So do we have parity in those subjects? And is it consistent? That's just the question.
I'm sorry. So I guess my question is not that part I understand. Is there like a specific, hey, I saw this topic, but I didn't see a counter to it?
Yeah, I saw a whole display, a round table, or on affirming kids who had sexual gender dysphoria, affirming that their lifestyle and affirming that they're okay and that they're good to be in the wrong bodies. But I did not see any books that explained and affirmed that they are wonderful the way they're already made.
the way they're supposed to be. Or even addressing the dangers of that community and what's been going on with that community and what it ends up happening to these people, because it's not a healthy thing for them.
Was that in one of our libraries or when you went, I know you talked about you've been to the public libraries looking and doing some research. Was it in one of our libraries?
High school library.
So I have been researching libraries for about 3 to 4 weeks. Went to a local college and got resources. Looked into library associations, of which there are only 2 prominent. They don't differentiate between conservative or liberal, though we know where they stand. And so as a organization, we have to use the resources to make sure that we do get parity that she's talking about. So one of the things that I've done over the last probably 3 weeks is I have gone in and taken the list that you provided in the email, and I've started putting those terms in to see how many books I could find. For instance, in climate change, there were a lot of climate change books, but there were also a lot of climate cycle books, which talked about all of the different weather conditions, all of the different things that we go through in storms, et cetera. So it was a pretty equal balance there. You could get either one that you wanted. I will tell you, I went beyond your list and I put in creation and evolution, and I got a very good mix of both. There are Bibles in our libraries, and they specifically mentioned Genesis 3 in this book. There were books that talked about evolution. There were books that went beyond that and talked about, when you talk about Civil War, talked about the evolution of the war or the evolution of the American flag. And so I found just a plethora of information where they weren't bad. They just, and I didn't hear you use the word, but you're close to it. There were perspectives in there. So if I'm a kid or I'm an adult and I'm reading a book on whatever that has something that I don't believe, that gives me the perspective of why people would believe that, even though I may not believe it. Does that make sense to you? So, and then I went a step further, and I don't want to get too deep into this, but I researched the recent Supreme Court case, and I researched the plethora of books that were represented there, and we have almost none of them, which made me feel really good. And some of those were sexual in nature. Some of those were witchery or wizardry. Some of those dealt with murder. So we don't have a lot of what you just saw go through the Supreme Court. I think whatever you did years ago before me and some of us here has done a really good job of scrutinizing that. I know last year that I only know of one incident where a book was challenged by a parent and that book was taken away. That book was removed. And that was not in the library, that was in a teacher's collection in their room. So the process that we have in place does work. Parents have the right, and we have the obligation to tell them. For instance, if you did find something that was an issue that a parent didn't want to discuss in the curriculum, we have to notify them 30 days in advance, and they have the ability to abstain their child from that. So those processes are in place. Our libraries, I have not gone to a public library because I know, you and I have talked about that. They don't have the same control that we do, and I would agree with you. There's some pretty strange stuff in the public libraries that I think we've done a good job of it. I think the processes that are put in place are working. And I don't think, they can tell me if I'm wrong, we just haven't heard a lot of issues about we have bad content. And we don't have comparable content.
I know that we put a couple policies in place a couple years ago, including INB.
Yep.
And some other ones. We also have a library checkout system where the parents are notified automatically what books their child is taking out, and if they don't want to have it, they can let the librarian know. They also, if they don't want, if they're like, I don't really care what my child gets, they're you know, they're smart enough to understand right from wrong, they can check out any book they want, I don't need these notifications, they can opt out of that. We made it an opt-in on purpose so that the parents were notified by default. I think that's always a good way to do it. So I know that we worked really hard on that. I would assume, and I'm gonna ask staff here, librarians audit their libraries yearly or something? Do they go through to see what they have and if any of those books are in violation of any of the policies that we have passed?
So before you answer that, I want to pause this topic and we're going to go to public comment time since it is 6 o'clock. And I will move to public comment and then we will come back to your
I
question.
forgot the question already, so hopefully
All right, so the public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, profane, abusive, or hateful language during their comments or any time while in attendance during this meeting. We also ask that speakers keep their remarks objective and about the school in nature. Please keep all comments limited to matters related to the public schools, and any comments that are harassing or amount to a personal attack against any identifiable individual, whether board member or staff or student, or having the potential to cause unnecessary delay or disruption to this meeting are prohibited. This is a public meeting for public matters. If a speaker is not present when their name is called, we will proceed with the next name on the list. An individual who is not signed up to speak may not substitute for that time slot. Individuals will have 4 minutes to address the board. An alarm will sound when an individual has 30 seconds remaining, and a second alarm will sound when the allotted 4 minutes have expired. When the second alarm sounds, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. Please do not adjust the microphone at the podium as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. We have one sign for tonight, Mr. Dave Dietrich.
Thank you.
Dietrich, that is all that is signed up for tonight. Is there anyone else here tonight that would like to speak? Being none, I will close the public comment time. And Mr. Daniels, we will go back to 2.02, library materials and your question.
I think I remember it. Did the librarians audit, and how often do they audit the books in their libraries to ensure that they are following the policies that has been set by this board or previous boards?
So annually they do,
Okay, cool.
they do. And one of the things that we, in the library handbook, we ask them to do a very thorough audit every 3 years. And so some of the criteria would be looking at our policies, but also is the book's content outdated? What does members of the learning community think? Have they gotten feedback from students, faculty, staff? Has the book been circulated? Is it relevant to today's needs, topics? And there's a lot of things that they look at. So
Okay.
short answer, yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I just wanna be sure that when we've looked at policies in the past and stuff like that, I can speak for myself, I don't want to speak for Mr. Hill, but I think I know where he stands on this, because we were on the IGA committee at the time. We are 100% behind our librarians curating their libraries. They may have different books in different areas, but in the Liberty section, FFA is huge, so there may be more books there about agriculture and stuff like that than there may be at another one. But we totally support, we just wanna make sure that what's there are things, like you said, that are relevant, that make sense, and that do have differing views, because I think, and to Mr. Dietrich's point, if you have only one viewpoint, that's what you're gonna do, and that's unfortunately why the Challenger had exploded, because they all thought the same way, they were scared to speak up and offer a differing opinion, they had groupthink, and that caused a tragedy. So it's important to have different points of view, because that's how you get to the best. The best things are gonna rise to the top, cream's gonna rise to the top, and bad ideas, you'll read them and go, that doesn't make sense to me. So I think it's important to make sure that we have that. So if we're doing all that, then I'm still just trying to figure out exactly, because I think we're doing these things, I think that's what we try to put this work in. So specifically, is there anything that you think that we are still lacking, or is there anything else that, this is a good base, is there anything else we could be doing better? I think that's the question that I have, because as I heard you go through it, I'm like, yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but what else do we need to still do? How do we make it better?
Well, I already mentioned some of the things that I was concerned that we have books that show the dangers of the LGBTQ community, even in the pitfalls in that, or the transgender stuff. I mean, kids are going through puberty blockers and sexual mutilation in our schools. Do they know that the dangers of that? Do they understand that that's not reversible? And do we have any books that would help that? And it's not just the books, because most of the time in middle school, especially in high school, they're not looking at the library books as much as they are looking on the internet, and they have access to certain different things there. So do we have parity in what their websites that they're allowed to look at, or that they're encouraged to, because there's some parameters on those. So do we have that access for those kids? Do we encourage them to look at both sides of those topics? Controversial topics are great for debate, and we need to have more debate in our schools. But we also need to expose them to all the truth on both sides of the coin, and honestly, there's one opinion, there's another opinion, and then there's something in the middle that's probably more of the truth. So I just want to make sure that that's what we're doing, and I'm bringing this up because of a few things that I've seen, and I have not gone through the library like you have, Mr. Pear. So, but I just wanted to bring it up for discussion so that we can make sure that we are paying attention to that.
Well, it's like you said, I mean, do people even read books anymore? I mean, especially students, I know there are, but like you said, the vast majority of this stuff is gonna be coming through the internet. You're gonna look on whatever social media, not to discount that what you're saying. Like Chris was saying, I feel like we gotta pretty well going in the right direction. And it's, and a lot of these things, I mean, they're really not well, I'll say this, they shouldn't be a school issue. I know they have become a school issue, but a lot of the things we've talked about here is, these are morals that should be taught at home. And I know it's hard to, it's not our place to do it, even though it's,
The issue
You know,
comes, the
last-
issue comes to us.
yeah, right.
It doesn't need to be covered by us.
And I think we've done
Yeah.
a pretty good job, without crossing the line here, Like I said, there's always room for improvement. We definitely need to keep on top of it and look at it, but, I think we're doing a fairly good job with it.
I have a question on kind of what you're saying, is this elementary libraries? Because we would probably
What I saw was
differentiate
in high school.
the high school. Because with the elementary libraries, I'm thinking about these things and I appreciate the wisdom that was shared by the gentleman, but I'm thinking like, what is education? Like they're coming to be educated. So some of these things, I'm wondering like, why would they even be in the library of education? Because some of these things are social problems. And so with the elementary libraries, though, there's none of the sexual contents is there in the,
And there shouldn't be, because we have a policy that blocks any of those controversial topics. So that should be a no from the get-go. So if there are those, they should be brought to the principal or to anybody sitting around this table to address. But we have a policy in place that should absolutely address every one of those things that you just mentioned.
so this is in when it moves to the middle school.
It was in high school that I saw it
And the high schoolers.
That I saw, it was a display, and there was all these books about, being gay and how wonderful it was, and it's okay, and all that stuff. So that was promoting it, and it was all on a display, it wasn't just sitting in a shelf. There was no display about anything else, the opposite view. So I wanna make sure that we're paying attention to that, and I just wanted to draw attention to it to make sure that we are, and it sounds like we're doing a good job. I think that we still can do some improvement on that, in that area too. Because we do have a lot of children who are very, struggling with a lot of that. They should be well informed about what that all entails.
So we have policy in place. Great topic. I think it's good to bring it up and review. I don't hear any action items that the board members feel like we need to take based on the fact that we have the policies that we have in place. Is there any actions that I'm missing or recommendations?
No, I just wanted to see from the administration what we're doing and make sure that we're doing it.
I think in hearing, and again, it's not necessarily enactment, but hearing what Mr. Purvis said and even from Mr. Dietrich, maybe there's more books that we should be having that delve into these things. So again, for the librarians, take a good look. Again, I understand what you're saying about the library associations and this, that, and the other, but they can curate their libraries the way they see fit. We have policies to make sure that it's fitting in, within certain guidelines. But again, if there's anything else, maybe look outside the realm of where we're at. It's like, hey, what else would our students like? And I'm sure the librarians are in there and they're talking to students and asking students what they think they would like, but they should be able to go, this was a book that was popular, or maybe we should look at this. I tell you, we probably can get rid of most of the climate change ones because you don't hear much about that, because we need all the energy we need for AI. So no one's talking about climate change anymore.
All right, anything else for 2.02? All right, moving on, 2.03, Chromebooks.
So throughout the course of the past few years, we've seen our society use more and more technology in regards to our children. Much of this has led to cyberbullying, mental health disorders, a disconnection from family and friends, a lack of social skills, and even addiction. with the added challenges of AI and how easily students can use AI to do their work for them, we have many more challenges that we're facing in school in order to keep integrity in our academics. A college student entering the medical field once said to me, if my classmates put as much effort into learning as they do into cheating, they would pass the tests without having to cheat all the time and might actually learn something. And it's a big problem, especially even in the college level. So I know we've had discussions with our IT about trying to curtail some of the AI abuse, and I'll allow the IT person to talk about that. But we also had several discussions during the CPO meetings regarding Chromebook usage, and many statistics have been shared with the board regarding how much our schools use the Chromebooks, as well as some of the safety features that we're trying to implement. There have been some positive things that we've done, so I want to make sure I commend the administration and the teachers for all the work that they've been doing on trying to keep this the Chromebook usage from being abused. Teachers have been asked to not use Chromebooks more than 20 minutes per class period in the middle and high school. Our new math curriculum, it has more manipulatives, and there are physical actual textbooks this time for teachers and students to use so that they don't have to do all their work online. Teachers have taken it upon themselves to do more teaching. They're seeing the problems with too much Chromebook use, and they're taking it upon themselves to use more interactive activities rather than simply assigning Chromebook exercises every day. And our technical team continues to look for ways to monitor inappropriate materials that our students have access to on their Chromebooks. Many are still concerned that the amount of Chromebook usage, especially in elementary, is unhealthy for our students. And we've already established that the blue light that screens emit is very stimulating to the brain and can cause fatigue and deregulation, especially in young children. So we also know that most of the big tech giants they choose to enroll their children in schools, their own children in schools that do not use technology on a regular basis. So there's definitely a reason for that. So while I'm not advocating to remove Chromebooks altogether, I believe this topic should be open for discussion on a wider scale, and a survey may also be appropriate. So maybe we can add that to our dress code survey to make sure that we're serving our students and addressing parental concerns regarding the overuse of electronics. So some of the comments that I saw online, this topic was brought up online, and there were several different responses to it, but there were some teachers as well as students or parents who responded. I'll just read a few of them. So a teacher said, so I'm a middle school math teacher. I'm not a fan of kids having devices in their hands reach 24/7. My kids take notes and learn with paper and pencil. However, there is a time and place for digital activities and resources. I believe balance is key. For example, my students will be sorting Fruit Loops and fill in charts on paper in their notebooks while developing an understanding of ratios. But once investigation and instruction is complete, they might hop on their Chromebooks for a self-checking Google Sheets assignment to practice what they learned. Both myself and my students love these types of digital activities because feedback is immediate. And they type their answers in and it turns green or red immediately. So for reasons like that, I think they can serve their purpose without use 24/7. And one of the parents responded, absolutely, kids need to learn technology, but because it's a primary form of learning, they are missing out on other important skills. Balance and age-appropriate timing is so critical. Another parent said, I know students that say that they do just about everything on their Chromebooks, and after giving instructions, the teachers pretty much just sit there. I don't think that's a good way to learn, and kids are already on devices way too much. Another teacher said, another vote for balance here, and from an elementary teacher. They need to know how to use it, but it should be used as a tool, not as the curriculum. So I tried to evaluate, does the tech enhance student learning, or would they be better served in a different format? Another parent said, I wholeheartedly agree, having a computer is not helping our kids become more intelligent at all. Our kids need to read actual books, use manipulatives for math, and complete paper pencil activities. Another parent said, I completely agree, kids do not need smartphones, iPads, Chromebooks, or laptops until high school. Another parent said, also wish students weren't being taught by a computer. They need interaction with teachers and other students. And I have to say that we've been working hard at the CPO to encourage that in our teachers, so this is not something new. However, it's still something that's being brought to my attention from other parents, so I just want to open it up for discussion. Right now, we have students who are one-to-one Chromebooks from kindergarten through 12th grade, right? Is that correct? From kindergarten to 12th grade, all of them have their own Chromebooks.
They have them available kindergarten through second grade, and then third grade they're assigned to them. Am I right, Barry?
That's right.
Okay. So third grade, they have their own, and then kindergarten through second grade, they have them in the
They
classroom.
have available in the classrooms.
Okay. So I'd like for us to consider some possible adjustments. I have that on your copy of possible adjustments. And also those adjustments could, we can do all of them, none of them, it's up to you. I just want it open to discussion. For discussion, it's the last page, Chromebook proposals. And I just was brainstorming, okay, I know I'm a teacher, I've been a teacher for many years, I've taught elementary, I've taught high school, I've taught everything in between. And as a teacher, it's so much easier to assign something on a Chromebook, and I get it. Especially if you have multiple levels of learners, especially like in the elementary school or even in the middle of high school. However, we wanna make sure, what I'm trying to get to is to get away from exactly what one of those parents said. The teacher teaches a quick lesson and then you're on your Chromebook the rest of the hour. And we are trying to limit that to 20 minutes per class period. However, it's still happening. So from what I'm hearing from some of these parents. So I just wanna, there's a couple of different things for the elementary. If we don't go with all of them having their own Chromebooks, and we just have a 2 to 4 full sets of Chromebooks maybe available in the hallways during school time, where teachers who have special projects or whatever can go access them and they're just plugged back in. That's a possibility. We do already have a lot of the charging carts from what I understand. We would have maybe 2 to 4 in each elementary school.
No, we don't have that many charging carts anymore. A lot of schools decided to do, because the charging carts take up so much space in the classrooms, they have created especially in elementary, they've created their own little charging stations. So it may be racks with the chargers in them. But the footprint of the charging cart was just far too large for some of our classrooms and teachers didn't want them. So they'd rather just pull them out of these shelving units or whatever's in the classrooms as of right now. The charging carts were very popular back when they were actually shared carts, when we didn't have enough devices dedicated for every student to have one at any given time. So they would pull them into classrooms, plug them in and charge them while they had them. So that's where they're very beneficial.
So we have no charging carts anymore?
We have a few. There's still some schools that like them, some teachers that like them and they kept them. But some schools decided that, they just didn't want them to take up the space.
So now there's charging stations in every classroom?
Typically, yes.
Okay, so we do have a way to charge
We do,
some
yes.
in every
Per-
classroom?
In the classrooms, yes.
Let's say, my experience has been at New London, every classroom has a charging
That's one of the
cart.
schools that decided to keep them.
I got you.
They, in fact, they want more, but then we have other schools who don't want them at all.
Okay, I was about to say, 'cause I was like, I see them
Yes,
everywhere.
yeah, New London is an exception to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, if we could make it so that there's a way to charge them and teachers can interact with having them. So they would sign up for Chromebooks to implement their special projects, but not an everyday, unless it's like what this one teacher was saying, just for a few minutes, like an exit ticket, where they're just trying to use them for a few minutes and they can work with other teachers about when they're gonna use them. So teachers would sign up for the SOLs, which is what we did years ago. We'd sign up for the use of the Chromebooks during SOL times. And that might be a little bit more difficult, but it would probably, what I'm trying to do is save us some money and not having as many Chromebooks and not having to juggle so much. And having each child having their own Chromebook. And the new curriculum already for math has, and the teachers have requested it, to have actual textbooks as opposed to just doing all of their work online, which is excellent. We need to continue to do that with other curriculum as we get new curriculum. I think that would be helpful. So a budget analysis accommodating more printing, because I know that if we're not using the Chromebooks all the time, we might have to be printing some more, so that might cost us more. We should reach out, research, promotion, and implementation of more creative ideas to accommodate more hands-on learning. And with this new curriculum, there is a way for teachers to share ideas with each other, which is I think important. Less online and more paper pencil testing in order to avoid cheating. Short-term and long-term cost savings analysis, and then continued campaigning for less screen time, which we're already trying to do, and more hands-on activities. And then again, the tests and quizzes, and even our right now you can go on AI and say, write me a paper at the age level of 3rd grade about George Washington, and it will give you a full essay written as if it was a 3rd grader, and you just copy paste whatever. It's pretty, it's something that we need to be careful on how do we monitor that. So in the middle and high school, more technical monitoring for all of those reasons. More hands-on work, provide curricula again, and improve safety in AI, and then more paper pencil assessments if possible. So anyway, opening up to questions. I had some ideas, but those are ideas, they're just thrown out there.
So with the approval of the math curriculum that we just did, that's a start to, because it's given us everything that you're saying for the proposals here.
There's still an online
Gives
component.
options. Yeah.
So a teacher could still be doing the exact same thing with that math curriculum as what we're complaining about, and that they just teach the lesson and then have them on the computer with it. So that's still a possibility, but we do actually have physical textbooks that we've ordered, is that correct? Which I don't know that we had that before, did we have that before? But that's one of the things that the teachers specifically said, we wanna make sure we have a textbook.
Okay. Especially when you're doing math, my daughter has done things and you're just trying to write your work like by holding down the mouse and trying to do 5 times 5. I was like, that's crazy. It's so much faster and better, and also you're engaging your eyes, you're using tactile, and you're engaging more parts of your brain, so it's gonna sink in better. But if our math curriculum is doing that, my question is when and what is the next curriculum adoption that we're looking at?
So it would be history, not this year probably next year. But if I could just say a few things about curriculum. Our teachers are required in their English standards of learning from kindergarten through 12th to integrate computer skills. We also have a K-12 computer science curriculum standards that we are required to implement in school. And we also have digital learning standards. And so I think if I could kind of use Mr. Hill's example of we are preparing our kids for the future, I don't feel like elementary schools are overusing Chromebooks. We are in elementary schools, our supervisors are there. I did a survey with our teachers. They are not using it. They're not overusing it. They are the ones doing more hands-on. They are doing those activities with kids. They are reading with kids. We don't see an overuse there. I think if there are concerns about, too much screen time and all of that, I would say that is not happening in school. They don't have iPads at school. They don't have phones at school. Our 4th and 5th graders our third, fourth, and fifth graders, one of the reasons they have a little bit higher Chromebook usage is because the state of Virginia bought us tutoring programs that they required us to use that were all online. So I don't feel like we can blame our teachers for that because we were expected to do that remediation, and they were expected to do it at least 30 to 40 minutes a day. So I feel like our elementary probably is our best place as far as Chromebook use. They're not being used often. My fear about not or having teachers sign out Chromebooks and sign out carts is that then they're just not going to use them at all. They're not going to, it takes a lot of time to pull a cart down, unhook it, sign the kids out because you have to know who has what Chromebook. It's much easier if they're in the back of the room and every student has the one they know is there and they go get it and bring it back out. The checking out carts was very, very cumbersome for our teachers. And I think, if there's a possibility that you guys want to do a survey, I think that's one question we should ask our elementary teachers. They did that. Also, when they are doing SOL prep, part of the assessments we're doing online, our Mastery Connect, our benchmark assessments, our state assessments, we're required to do those online and we're required to teach the students the tools. And you can't just do that at SOL time. You have to use those tools so that you get good at them. Part of AI that I think is a very unique perspective, and several of us are going with Mr. Sexton to an AI training in a few weeks, is talking to students not about how not to use AI and not to talk about the negatives of AI, but how do you use AI to think about, is what you're getting accurate? And you could put a different prompt in and get something totally different. So it's also teaching students what AI can do, but also how AI can trick you. And how you have to be smart and you have to be able to problem solve and use AI correctly. We're not going to be able to keep our kids from AI. We're not going to be able to keep them from computers. So I feel like a better way is to try to teach them the responsibility of that and the responsibility of being online. I think we have heard the middle and high schools, we have had concerns there with Chromebook use. And I think, and Barry can share with you 2 things that we're implementing this year that I think will cut down on that. And it will also allow us to monitor specific teachers and specific contents so we know exactly where there's a problem. So if Mr. Sexton could share that I think that would be helpful.
Can I ask a question real quick? You had said something about we're required to teach even the kindergarteners.
There's standards all the way down to kindergarten.
From who?
The Department of Education.
Department of
Yes.
Education, okay.
Yeah.
And is that is that like all through the year or is it just like one section?
So it's integrated in their English curriculum, it's integrated. And then there are separate computer science activities. And a lot of our schools address that with their robotics that they use with their Chromebooks. We have a lot of our elementary schools who do the special days where, I can't think of what they're called, Dr. Trosper, can you help me? Like they spend the whole day putting together machines and they're
Robotics.
Thank you. And there's more, they do the
STEM
STEM-based days,
Thursday,
yes.
aren't they just
So
called STEM
our
days?
gifted teachers, especially at the elementary level, are doing a lot of work with STEM integration and using computers to program machines to move and robotics. So we're trying to show them the really fun things that they can experience with computers that are not just sitting on and doing work all day.
And I just wanna reiterate that I feel like this conversation needed to be public because of all of the people who have been complaining about them, so that they can see both sides of the story and everything. That's why I'm bringing it up.
I would like to address that because I think I heard in a couple of your parent comments, and I think it's a misnomer, 24/7. And last fall, before I became ill and couldn't do this anymore, I went into at least 20 elementary classrooms. And I pretty much saw the same format. If I got in early, I saw the teacher teaching on the whiteboard. I then saw her break out and hand out handouts where the kids were actually adding or writing on paper. Then she would break them up quite often into 3 or 4 groups around the room. And this table's doing something here, this table's doing something here, this table's doing something, and then they all move. And then what I saw the last 10 minutes, and it was never more than 10 minutes, sometimes even 5, she would say to 3 or 4 kids, go get your Chromebook. Because basically what that kid had done was he had passed all of the requirements of all these other things going on. And you go over, open up your Chromebook, go to such and such, the kids were absolutely whiz at it. One second grader showed me how to use Chromebook in my first visit. He got on and he started doing that day's lesson because he had gotten everything else. And I saw this repeatedly in elementary. So I think if those were high school parents, yes, I did walk into a high school room with 25, 30 minutes left in a class and everybody was on a Chromebook and I said, and so teacher jumped up and what are we doing here? Oh, we're working on projects. And as I walked around the room, there were 2 kids over there working on something else that wasn't in the class. So, I can address that. But, and I addressed that with the principal. So I think it's a high school issue. I don't know that it's an elementary issue because I think a lot of our elementary teachers are just absolutely phenomenal at board, to paper, to, manipulatives, to the Chromebook if the kid has earned the right to be on the Chromebook. And I saw that numerous times. So I don't think it's a elementary issue. It could be a middle school, high school issue.
Was that upper elementary? Because that's where I'm seeing it more in the 4th and 5th grade.
I've been through every grade level. I usually, when I would admit, and I'm gonna start doing it again, when I would visit an elementary, I would say, take me into a 2nd grade, take me into the 4th grade, take me to the 5th grade. And then the next one, take me K-5, take me, and I would always see that same format being used.
Right, so, hold on one second. Mr. Sexton has comments. I think you called on him. And then Mr. Hill, you have some comments. So Mr. Sexton?
Yeah, so some things that we shared with the CPO that we have actually implemented this summer. We've revamped our URL filter system. We've completely replaced it, and it goes more in line with our classroom management software. So that will enable teachers to actually, before they could block sites or they could prevent sites in their class, but now if they run into something that we're blocking by default, but they need to allow for a particular topic that they're working on, teachers will have the ability to allow that for just that class period, and then it's blocked by default. And one of those is YouTube. We have seen that YouTube was used, over the years, kind of a reward. So students finish their assignment, they would let them kind of free time get on YouTube. Well, one thing that we're doing is trying to say, stop using the Chromebooks as a reward. It is, it's a tool, and it should be used as such. So taking YouTube away by default is going to help that. Teachers will have to purposely allow a video now if they want students to access that. And there's a lot better reporting too, which, I'm kind of excited to see what that's gonna look like once we start getting, students back in and seeing what that generates. And administrators will have access to that, and we'll be able to hopefully go a little bit deeper into what's being used, if how long students are on these particular sites and all that. So that is something new that's coming, and that integration, Stuart and I have been working on that this summer to get that going. So there's going to be some growing pains, of course, but hopefully that's going to be a positive spin. And with that, just kind of add to the puzzle, we've also added a module that is called Content Aware. And even though, with the URL filter, things are categorized, and sometimes they're not always categorized correctly. So occasionally, if you're in Google image searches or anywhere that there's an image, something may pop up that is not appropriate. So what this does, and it actually uses AI to look at the images and determine are they appropriate or inappropriate, and it blurs them. So if something is missed in the filter, it's this extra layer of security as far as blocking images that may not be appropriate. So it'll be interesting to see that at work as well. So there's a lot of good things, new things that we're implementing, and hopefully to make teachers' lives easier, but also help protect our students even more while they're on our devices.
And you said that there's even filters that you can use when the children are at home, right?
Correct. Well, our filter, the default settings for our filter is always active. So no matter where the Chromebook is, as long as it's connected to the internet, our filter rules are going to be applied, our default set of filter rules. What we're gonna be, once we get all of the bugs worked out and everything with the filter, there is a piece to this that is the parental piece. Should parents want that, they would have access or be able to block websites when the Chromebook is at home. So if they did not want their child on something in particular, they would be able to block it while the Chromebook is actually off of the school network. So that is a big one that, a lot of school systems have been rolling out. So I'm excited that was included in our subscription. But first and foremost, the recommendation from our filter company is, get all the bugs worked out at school first, and let's, make sure that we are ready to go with that before we add another piece to the puzzle. But
Can I just clarify something that in relation to decreasing computer screen time for our kids, and I think we're all in agreement that that's a good thing. That, yeah, there's a technology education that they need, but we want to diminish the time if we can. The data dump that you brought to CPO last year was a lot of information that told us how much time people spent on computers and broke it down by school, but it lacks the detail to tell us what classrooms we're on and what sites, and a lot of detail that is useful.
Right.
And so the new classwork program will give us a lot of data that we're really looking for. So
I'm excited about that.
so while we're all headed in the right direction, we don't really have the appropriate data to make some real decisions as to what's the good next best step to diminish time on the Chromebooks for the kids, right? So
And I know.
anticipating.
Right.
No, that's good.
I was just gonna say, I want you all to know that our instructional team feels the exact same way you do. We don't want our kids on Chromebooks all day. And I think that is why we continue to look for ways to control that, monitor that, and make sure what they're doing is worthwhile and really preparing them. So anything I've said, I don't want you to think is a disagreement, because I do believe when you're face to face with your teacher, you need to have face to face, hands-on time, so.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got 2 kids in the elementary school right now. Over the last 4 years, I have been in 5 or 6 classrooms a few days out of the year. I have not seen in the elementary school an overuse of them. I'm not saying that doesn't happen in some schools. I think a lot of the instruction is done appropriately for the most part. I'll mention something that I'd like to move on later. I think for the most part, Chromebooks, just like Dr. Wolford stole my point earlier, but it does, as far as providing Bedford County with the best possible talent development, part of that is going to be computer. I was just talking to Matt earlier today. I've got to get my mechanics to go through a computer course, because now I can't work on a truck without having a computer course, and we're going to plug it in now. It's the world we live in. So I think being comfortable and being inept to it, and you're going to have parents like me who, my kids don't get computers outside of school. They don't get screen time. They don't get any of that. And you're also going to have on the other direction, you're going to have, hey, the school is going to be the least amount of screen time they get during the day. So you're going to get the full array there. I know I asked a lot of questions of the administration earlier. A couple of things that I still don't feel prepared to really make a move on right now. I don't know the cost of this program, so it's hard for me to determine a return on investment. And that's something I'd really like to have an actual number on. I know, I think it was question number 11 that I asked you guys, what the total cost associated with that. I got a lot of words, but none of them were a number. So if I could get that, I think that would help us to be able to make an informed decision on, all right, so, hey, what's the return on investment? Is this $1 million? Is it $10 million? Is it $100,000? Like, what is our actual investment in these products.
Sorry, return on investment on what?
On
Not having a computer.
not having computers versus
Having
having
less.
computers. So if we have less computers,
Oh, I see.
what would be the return on that investment? But I do think there is some things that I also, and I think I've mentioned this to the staff, that I viewed. I always go during the winter because I work in construction. That's when I'm able to go. Indoor recess heavily relies on Chromebooks. That's something that I don't know if I need to make a motion for that or just say, hey, we'd like to expect that. I don't think it needs to be used as a hey, we've got 30 minutes, just go in your Chromebooks, we'll come back to class later on. And I get it, it's cold outside, and I'm probably not gonna be I'm not gonna have a lot of fans in my elementary school, so I'm gonna avoid it for a couple days. But I think that's one of the things that we really need to limit is like you said, not using it as a reward. Using it only as a tool. And I do think we use it as a tool. I know my son is big on iExcel. You know, his little tutoring program that they get, that's how we help them practice. But also, I can tell you from how many flashcards have littered my living room floor, they use a lot of flashcards. We were in third grade last year, so a lot of multiplication tables. So I think there's a balance, and I think from the way I understand it, if we can eliminate the use of it when it's not required, when it's not, helping our students learn, then I think if it's just used for entertainment, I don't think that's a good use of our Chromebooks there. So I don't know if I need to make an actual motion on that, or if we can just say, hey,
We can't action anything tonight. We can
Okay.
certainly make a recommendation for the staff to come back or.
Well, I was actually gonna say, I agree with you 100%. Rewards and indoor recess, there's so many other things you can do. I have it on my list of memos to go out to principals, like, this should just be something that you shouldn't be using it for.
Or is there a policy that you would like IGA to review and make a recommendation to come back?
yeah, I think it
That
would,
would be actionable,
I
but
gotcha,
as
okay.
far as a topic tonight, we're not gonna. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh yeah, and I had a couple more questions about, and the product that we have now for monitoring, class-wise, is that it? What are we doing, so we're collecting a lot of data, which I love, I'm a big data guy. But what are we doing to protect that data, from getting outside of our schools?
Well, it's a cloud-based product and, there's always risk of having data. Really the only thing that it has, as far as student information goes, is basically first initial, last name, and the email address. So, it's not all that risky for that information to get out, but it's protected behind their reporter, which is, SSL certificates, and usernames and passwords. And actually there's not everyone has access to that in Bedford County. It's gonna be school administrators, our IT, our instructional technology coaches, of course, like Stuart and myself, and Dr. Woodford and any executive staff that would want access to that. But, up until this point, we haven't really had much data to go on because we had a separate filter which collected some, and then we had class-wise, but this one didn't know what this one was reporting, and so now it's all gonna be together because it's essentially the same company owns both the filter products, so they work together now. And so that's gonna be a whole new data set for us to review, but as far as protecting it, I mean, it's like with Power School or anything else, you don't really know. We do the best we can on our end to protect student information.
What data is it collecting? Like, sorry, I don't really care that much in the back end.
Right.
What data does it collect that's reportable? Can I know per classroom how much this teacher uses?
Yes.
Can I know per student? Do I know per school? Like how drilled down can we get on this product?
And that is something that, we know what we think it can do, but until we actually have data starting to upload into there, I'm not gonna be able to answer that, just based on, I can answer that based on what they say. But like right now, what we can see, for example, if a student was on there, we could see, if the teacher had implemented rules on those computers or on those Chromebooks, what sites were blocked that they purposely blocked. But there's also the filter piece that would report on what websites that student was on and what time. And sometimes that data is hard to decipher because there's a lot of, you go to a website, well, there's multiple things that it may access on the back end, and all that is in the report. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult to drill down and figure out exactly what they were on, but hopefully with the categories and things like that, it's gonna be a little bit easier to see, the times and exactly what they were on and when policies are enforced in classes. So we can, administrators can look at that and be like, okay, this teacher is not enforcing any policies. So that means, the Chromebooks are wide open in that class, or wide open within reason, of course. But so we're hoping to get more usage, teachers to use it more and implement rules as we move forward. But once the data starts generating, then we'll have a better understanding, a better picture of what that's gonna look like.
What do you think a reasonable time frame is for data analysis?
The ITC, once school starts, we usually wait for, I think it's gonna be like 4 days before Chromebooks are actually rolled out to the students. And then, this week, and I know some next week, ITC are gonna be working diligently to train teachers, do refreshers on class-wise, and now with the new piece to where teachers can add allow lists. We wanna make sure teachers know how to use it and get them trained. So I think realistically, we're probably looking, October, November timeframe to start really diving into some true data.
I think that'll be a very valuable asset for us, just to make sure that, because I know there's a lot of wonderful teachers out there who are doing a lot of amazing work with the kids, and they don't just sit there with their, I had a teacher who would hand out handouts and put his foot up on his desk and read the newspaper. I know we don't have very many of those kind of teachers, but if we had that data, we can at least know who to address and work with the teacher to help them find other ways to interact with the kids better. So that's very valuable, thank you.
And that would also help parents to understand when you can give them that information back.
Right.
Are you done?
One more question.
Go for it.
And I'll be done. Sorry. I know one of the big things we want to monitor is screen time. Does this product monitor screen time, and how does it monitor screen time? Because if it just monitors while it's open, that's not a usable, a usable metric.
And that's kind of where it gets complicated, because to monitor actual screen time, this product mainly uses the Google Chrome browser. So if the browser is up and there's activity, you pretty much know that something is going on and it's being used. But to monitor actual screen time, there's not a real good product that would give you very specific times that, this student's actually on it and looking at it, rather than, is it up and they're working on a project, but maybe they're also writing something down. You really are just gonna be able to put that data together based on the activity, based on, okay, what websites were accessed. If there's a long pause, then you kind of know, well, it was either, they were working on something else, or they went to the bathroom, or whatever it may be. But to get very specific with that, there's nothing out there that really reports that specific, details. But I'm hoping that with the integration between the filter and the classroom management, that we'll be able to get a better picture of what that looks like. Google, which are the reports that we had given to the CPO, is, that is just basically is the Chromebook on. We know that the lid was open, we know that it was on, but that could be hall pass, because e-hall pass is on there. Lots of different things. It could just be like what I'm doing here, talking, but yet my computer is on. So that doesn't give us a real clear picture. It just tells us the Chromebook was on, signed in, and that's pretty much it. So that that's a little bit challenging to get the exact screen time or usage, but I think with that in combination with seeing websites that are being accessed and seeing if teachers are applying rules and policies during class, that will give us a little bit better understanding.
So if you're not able to report screen time, which I think is fair, what, like if I told you, hey, in a month, I'd like to see a report on usage, how would you determine that?
The usage report would be based on websites accessed during specific times. So if we looked at this user and we gave it a time frame, it would pretty much put that together and say, okay, this person spent this amount of time on, I don't know that it would necessarily say activity, but sometimes it breaks it down by category. And I know like our old filter would do that for staff, and sometimes it was fairly accurate when it would say, okay, they spent this much time. But again, if you have something that's maybe refreshing, if it's a website that refreshes on its own, that skews the data because that looks like activity that's not actually happening. So that, you've got to bring all that information together and just kind of come up with your own conclusion of, okay, this was accessed during this time and it's a different website, then you kind of know it was being used. And we've had to do that a lot. We've had to pull that information on staff. We've had to obviously pull it on students to see exactly what they were accessing. But I'm hoping that, with the two actually connected now, that's going to be, those kind of situations are going to be much easier to find that the data from that.
Thank you.
So you
Ms.
could,
Purvis,
sorry.
time out. You got anything?
Oh, sorry.
I mean, not really. I mean, I'd like to say I despise computers, but I still have to use them. All my invoicing, all my estimates, it's all through an app. It's the way we're headed. I mean, we can't get rid of them all, but I think the stuff you got going and stuff that's already been implemented, definitely heading in the right direction. And I'd say it's more of a classroom to classroom thing. Some may be way worse than others. And with the new filter stuff, it's going to be able to, you're going to be able to narrow that down by more. Yeah, I mean, like far as you were saying, the return on investment, the cost of it, yeah, that's definitely a valid point, but of course you don't wanna put the money over, educate your children about how to use these things. And the fact that it's being implemented as a tool and not a reward, I think that's very important. I'm just as guilty as anybody, sit at home, look up something, before you know it, I'm on to something else. So it's definitely, we definitely need to keep an eye on it for sure. But it sounds like everybody's got it, we're heading in the right direction for sure.
Well, my only thought is like, once something's out there, it's really hard to bring it back, right? And did this all start with COVID, with children, or did the Chromebooks come before that?
Before.
Oh, okay, all right. But the opportunity when COVID came was, and so, so obviously just what is the best way for a child to learn is the most important question. And but we're in a society and an age where now computer technology, so you can't really take it away completely, but yes, I think really being able to measure and keep eyes on the time that they're on there is probably one of the most important things right now, and not use it as a.
Just to echo what everyone's saying, I think we are heading in the right direction. Mr. Sexton, and I know with my iPhone, I haven't been looking at it for a little bit, but it's off right now, because after 30 seconds, it just turns off, and I'll have to enter my password and everything else. Does the Chromebooks have that?
Yes, they do.
So if it just turns itself off and it might have a picture that looks sort of like me on there and I have to enter my password, is that considered active screen time if that's on and it's just on that password screen?
If it gets to the point that it goes to sleep, which, we do have timeout, of course, to save battery power for the students if they're not using it. It actually disconnects from the classroom management piece and will show that it went offline essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So then that would not be, as far as class-wise goes, that would not be considered active. Now, on the Google side, it's really hard to say if it You know, when we pull that information, if it actually counts that, but theoretically, if it goes to sleep and it disconnects from the network, which is essentially what they're supposed to do, that wouldn't be counted as active.
Because we're all here, I bet our screens are all on, we've been here for 2 hours, so my screen's been on the entire time. I mean, I've been actively using it for 2 hours, but it would say that right now I'm active for 2 hours.
Yes.
But if it went to sleep, maybe it doesn't, or maybe there's a calculation that we need to do. Anyway, just a thought on that.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that, I think that we are all in agreement that we have a policy that is like an all of the above approach. And I think that's important. And we've talked a lot today about using our computers as a tool and not a reward. But I think the important thing is that we're also using it as a tool and not as a crutch. I think that's the other important thing. I can get along just fine and write a paper without being on the computer. It's easier to do it with the computer sometimes, but you have to have the knowledge of how to use the tool. You know, I use AI a lot for work. There's a lot of things I do. But if you know what you're talking about, it becomes a really good tool to use. It's garbage in, garbage out. And I think the important thing is that our students need to have the understanding of what they're talking about, and then you're able to utilize the tool better. Whether that's AI, whether that's an Excel spreadsheet, whatever it is, I think the important thing is having the ability to do it and the knowledge of how to use the tool. But you need to know how to do the task without needing that tool per se. And I think that if we're all working towards that, I think we're gonna be in a good spot. So I'm very excited to hear the results that come back. I think that's gonna help guide us. Again, if you don't have data, you're gonna make it, you need to be able to make the best informed decision you have, and that's certainly gonna help us. So thank you for that.
So Barry, can we do limits? So for example, 6 AM to 11 PM and after that, no access?
We, scheduling that, it's hard to say. Stuart has been, I think we can schedule.
We can schedule it.
Yeah.
But
Homework and then also the parental piece, if we, you know, once we enable the parental part too, it would obviously, you know.
I think that's something we should consider or look at, you know, if we can set standards and say, you know what, it's a tool, it's available between 6 AM and 11 PM nightly. You know, maybe it's different on the weekends. That's for you guys to figure out, but, you know, we talk about good sleep and making sure it's not an abundant amount of screen time, and we're using it as a tool, not as a reward. So I think that's something we should probably look at. The other statement, and I agree with everything everybody has said, it needs to be used as a tool. I love the fact that we've set 20 minutes as a standard in the classrooms. It is mandatory, Department of Education, that we teach. But I will also say, every single person that comes out of our school system is gonna be using a computer, no matter what they're doing next. I use this as an example because we're only touching AI at the tip right now. For example, I just sat through a training 2 weeks ago with Microsoft, who has shown me, because my team is starting to deal with customers in Europe, we have a language barrier. It doesn't matter, because what's gonna happen is when that customer calls my employee, their language is going to be spoken in English in my person's ear, and my person, when they speak, whatever that language is that they're dealing with, it's automatic. So you're seeing each other on the phone and on video, you don't know what language, it doesn't matter. So it's translating it immediately. That is just the tip. So then they introduced us to, hey, we've got 45,000 agents who answer calls worldwide. It's not agents, it's AI. And so each machine is talking to each other. You're on the phone and you're hearing these agents talk based on whatever you're calling that company about. You don't know what's human and what's AI. And so it is scary. But what I'm saying is that's the world we're going to, and it's not slowing down, it's speeding up. I'm not saying we have to introduce it to the classroom, but what I will say is we've got to be able to compete in the classroom, because that's going to be offered to our communities as an option for education. We've got to be able to compete. I say that loosely. I understand we don't want it more than 20 minutes. We don't want to do that. But we have got to be competitive. It's coming. I would challenge staff to take a look. Do we have one school that's nothing but technology and AI and allow parents to choose if that's the route they want? Just throwing it out there. It's coming, and it's coming fast. And there's nothing we can do about it because it's going to be shoved down our throat. So I'm all about precautions and all about setting standards and limits. Technology is here and it's coming fast. So that's all I wanted to say. Were you able to ask questions and make comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think that with the new data, that when the teachers know that they can be watched that way, is another layer of accountability for the few that are being lazy with Chromebooks. And it will help to reinforce those that are doing great things.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a question. So we could look at policy IGAE, IGAF for health education, physical education, that's where recess is addressed. We could take it through a policy change to say no, or we can just make it a mandate from the deputy
I think it needs to be
superintendent.
policy and just bring it to us so we
Bring it to
can,
policy.
to make action.
All right, we'll do that.
Any other comments?
Dr. Woodford said you were gonna put a memo out just advising like, hey, maybe do that so that we start the year that way, and we will address it at our next IGA meeting, and we'll bring it back. I mean, at that point,
I'll
it'll be
do more
November.
than it.
It'll be November,
I
yeah,
usually-
you can make it happen.
Usually say expect rather than advise, but I
There
don't.
you go. Shall.
All right.
I have one question. Mr. Sexton, if you had said that you would not always be able to differentiate between us having, or student having the Chromebook open, or actually using it. But if there's a classroom where their teachers are allowing them to just sit there with their Chromebooks open, but they're doing other things and all of that, that would put a flag on that teacher's stuff. They would then be able to at least be approached and say, hey, when you're not using the Chromebooks, have them shut. I mean, at least somebody would be able to adjust that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, if they're just open and they're not accessing anything is where we're gonna be able to really see that in the filter data, the website's accessed. But I think that, most common practice is if the students aren't using them for the most part, teachers do have them close them. That way the battery power is reserved for, classes as they move on. So, yeah, that's typically what they're doing. It's times like if they use eHall Pass or something of that nature that it may stay open for a while when they're not using it.
All right, 2.04 committee reports, Dr. Hubach.
I have no reports. IGA is meeting next week, we have not set a date, but CPO is meeting next week.
Ms. Purvis.
We had a meeting yesterday with Gov School. We discussed some of the plans that we're having for the finding a new director. So the only thing we approved yesterday was that we were going to advertise starting August 15th through all of the different school divisions for the director's position, and we agreed on the qualifications. We are gonna be meeting in another 2 weeks, August 20th, to discuss the procedure that we're gonna be using for implementing the teaching experience or teaching in front of people and then the interviews and then the selection process and all of that. So, and I'm gonna be working on putting something together, getting it approved through so that we have it for August 20th, so we can discuss it and make the final decisions on how we're gonna implement all of that.
We met with the PPAA committee this week. We were able to, we met at Liberty High School, so we were able to tour that high school. Kind of my big couple of things I want to take away is we are on time and on budget. So everything is still scheduled to be moving in the right direction. We're hitting the targets we want to hit. We had a couple delays here in July with how much rain we've had. I know Bedford Primary School, we dug a lot more media out than we were expecting to. It was just, to get down to solid earth took a little while. But everything else, it's still on, even with those delays, we're still on projected for opening by the end of the semester. Liberty High School, things are going well. I ran into Dr. Sawyer, the principal out there, and he was very ecstatic that he has dry sidewalks now. So we're moving in the right direction there. Auditorium looks great, all the scaffolding up. All of the seats are taken out. I think next is we're going to Stanton River to check that one out, but everything seems to be going well. The well and pump project are just about done there, so we're moving in the right direction on that.
We also had a facility meeting the same day. Here's just a list of the current CIP projects is Forest Elementary, Big Island, the roofing. I think it's all pretty much done. VCT floor tile in New London. Forest Middle School baseball field, they finished that up. I think they even made some repairs to the soccer field too, didn't they? A few. We have a primary, the painting. Wastewater treatment plant's pretty much, I think, just about done. They had a hiccup on some of the pumps, but that was switched out. That was between the contractor and the engineer. All the windows that were in the pre-K building at Manita have all been replaced. Everything inside's been repaired. They had to make some adjustments for that on the ceiling and stuff. Stewartsville HVAC has been completed. I think they were all fired up and tested. The atrium at Boonesboro is pretty much done. So I think we still have some lighting things, something that's gotta be added. Not much. And that's really about it. And then we discussed some future projects which are coming up in 26, 27. Just reviewing the list, see if we need to move anything around.
So is all the carpet gone now?
At Boonesboro?
No, at.
Division-wide,
Yeah.
there's a couple places, like I believe Holston's library maybe, we'll get that next year.
Okay.
There might be a couple places, but
For the most part?
I would say most part carpet's gone, except those carpet pieces and carpet that teachers bring into the pre-K. 3 classroom, stop it. For the little ones to sit on during reading time, so yes.
All right, good.
That's it.
Kathleen, good. All right, any comments from board members, and we'll start with you, Kathleen. Any other comments? Okay, Matt?
I've made enough comments tonight.
I mean, school starts next week. I think that everybody's excited and 36th last year, and let's see what we can do this year. I think we're all pulling in the right direction. See if we can make some more gains.
I want to thank all the teachers and administrators who have been working hard all the summer, preparing for the school, and for all of the extra people going the extra mile to make sure that the classrooms are ready, the facilities are ready, the curriculum is in place, and all of the busyness of the school year. So thank you for all your hard work, and again, thank you for all of the information we had today, and so that we can all make informed decisions and also alert our parents to what we're trying to do and make sure that we're listening to them as well.
Dr. Hubach?
No additional comments.
All right. Dr. Woodford, or y'all remind, is it Weiss? Thank you. Sherry Weiss, I just want to give her a shout out. She did a phenomenal job Monday. I got to attend the welcome for first time teachers, staff, employees on the first day. And she did a phenomenal job. We had it over at Liberty Middle School. It was great to see everybody. How many were there? 100? 150? Okay. It was good to see, and people were excited. It's funny when you see kids, and they're not kids anymore, they're adults, who went to school with your kids who are now sitting there on their first day to teach our incoming kids. It's pretty awesome. So full circle, it's good to see. But anyway, phenomenal job to Sherry, and just wanted to make sure I gave that shout out. And everyone else who put time and energy into it. I know it takes a lot, but it was good. So, all right. Superintendent, well, I tell you what I'm gonna do. We've been in here for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I wanna take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back to superintendent's report, so 5-minute break.
Can I take a 5 minutes one?
I know. Everybody kept looking, so I was like, all right. Superintendent's report, Mr. Bear.
Thank you. I am going to open with one paragraph at the beginning here and probably a paragraph at the end, and then I'm gonna truncate it by topic. And then I'm gonna email you guys the entire 4 pages because there's still a lot on this agenda. And I want Sheriff Miller to still like me when this is over. So, because it's a long night. So before I get into a couple of strategic initiatives that relate to Bedford County Public Schools' pursuit for academic excellence, let me remind everyone that new and returning teachers and staff have started work this week with our annual new faculty and staff orientation, which was Monday and Tuesday, and teacher preparation week, which is started yesterday and is running through next Tuesday. School opens on the 13th, next Wednesday. And I want to remind everybody that there is an open house on every campus on Monday, August 11th, which is from 3 to 7 p.m. Please take this opportunity to meet and greet your new teachers and in some places, new administrators. We all expect great things out of Bedford County this year, and we want to start it in the best fashion that we can, and that is kicking off a good first day of school. There are several topics that I'm going to email out and then post on the web, and one of them is our continued pursuit of academic excellence. As I think I heard one of you state, I think it was Mr. Daniels, about our 36th ranking out of 131 school divisions. We want to keep putting that out there. And so what we hope to see in the next probably 8 weeks or so is our scores come in, and our indications at this point in our preliminary raw scores indicate very favorable for our students. So we want to make sure that our students and our teachers are continually spoken about for their diligence for moving in this particular direction. We're very proud of everything that we've accomplished. Another area that I'm just going to touch on very quickly is that in K-3 in the past, we've used what is called VALS. It's VALLSS. It stands for Virginia Language and Literacy Screening System. This program, which looks for students who are weak in reading, basically is now being expanded from grades 4 or all the way up to 8. So they're adding 4 to 8. There is a new standard or a new way of screening that, and so what happens is the kids get screened on what is called the bands of risk, and a student is either qualified or ranked as low, moderate, or high. And if the student is low, then they continue general classroom instruction in their reading. If it's moderate, they get additional assistance from the teacher, and if it's high, they get remediation and special programs from our special reading teachers. So I just want you to know that that is a change that's taking place. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is All in Virginia initiative. I don't think we always understand what that's all about, so I want to hit that real quickly. It identifies the areas for high-intensity tutoring of the kids, extended time opportunities for kids, resources that focus on math and reading, and attendance matters, and that is to try to get all kids back into school who are have excessive attendance problems. And then of course, at that point also is the Virginia Literacy Act, which is the foundation of everything that we're doing now. And then the last part of All in Virginia is the bell-to-bell cell phone free education, which we will continue to modify and hone this year as we move into the first day of school. The area that I want to spend just a second on is our strategic plan, and I think when I got here, I've been involved in 2 strategic plans, both in public and private, and your document that you see, did we take it down?
Fell down.
It fell down. The document that goes with that identifies the 4 goals, and that should be a breathing document. That should be a document that is continually being looked at, and there are goals, obviously, there are strategies, and quite often with those strategies, there are action plans. So what I've asked Dr. Woodford to do is to kind of revive that, because it's not enough to be on the wall. It should be a living document. So what her group is doing, instructional team is doing, is looking through those, and just to hit it again, I thought I'd be able to point to that, but there's 4 areas. It's setting high academic expectations and supporting our students. It's creating a safe and supportive learning environment. It's creating an exemplary workforce, and developing mutual support partnerships with families and communities. What we're doing is adding a fifth one, which will predominantly look at our resources, what we're doing to refurbish buildings and the different things that we're doing that will accentuate what we're doing in the other four. And then we're gonna tweak number 4 a little bit as to what that looks like. So we're gonna bring that back to you in the next couple, probably the next board meeting or so that you can look at those changes and send that through approval process. What I want you to understand is, and I said this a couple months ago, we're going to highlight over the next couple months, if not probably 8 months, we're gonna highlight a goal and we're gonna pull a strategy out of it and tell you what it is that we're trying to accomplish in that strategy. So it's not just a document on the wall, it's a living document that we can actually discuss, talk about, and discuss how we move our kids forward academically. The other item that I really wanted to touch on, because this was out there, the Department of Education, US Department of Education froze a lot of money. After a lot of work from governors and superintendents and state organizations, the federal government released all those funds back. So it affected most of the programs, a lot of programs in Title I through IV and adult ed. And so, amongst other things. So that money has all been unfrozen and it is now coming back to the schools. I believe it was supposed to be released as of the 28th of July, I think it was. So some schools are now seeing, some districts are seeing that come in. The last item that I really wanted to get into, and this is why I'm trying to cut this short, is because we now have a presentation that we're gonna go through the different areas of each of the executives and give you an update for the beginning of school. So you'll see an instructional update from Dr. Woodford, you'll see a transportation update from Josh Cornett, you'll see a personnel update from Dr. Calvert, and you'll see a maintenance and nutrition update from Randy Hagler. So I'm gonna turn that over to them at this point.
Thank you. So the executive team is excited to share some of the highlights about the work that our teams have been doing to prepare for the 25-26 school year. While this is by no means an exhaustive list of the work that they have done, we have attempted to just highlight the larger projects being rolled out to our schools. I appreciate all of our departments working collaboratively to host training for our school administrators this summer, and then for our teachers and returning staff over the last actually 3 days where we've had teachers in training. Before Mr. Hill brings it up in his comments, I want to go ahead and give you the good news. We have 45 tuition students, non-resident. We've been working hard bringing them over, and so most of those are in the forest zone, but I can give you better statistics once we get all of the, everybody actually shows up. We've approved 45, and so we'll see if they all come. So starting with instruction in our general education. Math materials were ordered before school let out, and we are still waiting on a lot of them to be delivered over the next week. Mrs. Bowyer has been in contact with companies every day for the last 2 weeks, getting shipping information and pushing them. So they have assured us that everything will be here by the first day of school. Teachers have had and do have online access to the teacher's manual and the course materials. And so they did a great training today on all of the math materials. And I think the teachers feel very comfortable. I assured them if they feed them lunch and get them home, I'll be happy next week, and then the materials will be here. The division will be providing guidance on inventorying, manipulatives, and making sure we keep a good inventory once we get our math materials. Ms. Bowyer has delivered manipulative math items to schools, and she has been ordering some new manipulatives that principals have looked at over the summer and see that some are missing. She also worked with her teams to add some additional lessons and link them to the pacing guides. We had a few gaps in our curriculum in K-5, mostly in 4th grade. We have already created lessons and they're ready for teachers to go. As required by the Virginia Literacy Act, Bedford County Public Schools will implement the Virginia Language and Literacy Screener in grades 4 through 8. As Mr. DePere said, students who score fail basic or fail below basic on the spring end-of-year standards of learning assessment for reading in grades 3 through 7 will be screened using the VALS 4 through 8 screener this fall. These students will also have individual student reading plans to support their literacy intervention and development. And again, we use part of our All in Virginia money to go ahead and get middle school reading specialists last year as part of our All in Virginia initiative. So we feel like we've got some good training and good support out there. Also, we will be implementing Zello as our new academic and career platform, taking the place of Major Clarity. This will be for career planning for students in grades 7 through 11. Zello offers a more student-centered experience, guiding each learner through engaging, self-paced lessons rooted in self-discovery, exploring careers, and future readiness. With robust reporting tools, full accessibility, and seamless integration into curriculum, Zello empowers educators to track progress while equipping students with the insight and tools they need to build an actionable post-secondary plan, whether they choose to enroll, enlist, or enter the workforce. In special education, this summer, the SPED department has worked on a comprehensive review and revision of the Special Education Process Manual. This update ensures that all procedures align with the most recent federal and state regulations that seem to change often, including changes to the Virginia regulations governing special education and IDEA requirements. Additionally, the manual will reflect updated internal processes to support consistent implementation across schools, enhance our compliance ratings, and improve service delivery for students with disabilities. This work is part of our ongoing commitment to transparency, procedural fidelity, and ensuring equitable access to a free and appropriate public education for all eligible students. The DOE has also now provided 2 new add-ons to our Virginia IEP system, which is where we store all of our IEP documents, our testing documents, free to all districts that participate in the program. They have received the Ed Plan translation, which enables a quick translation of documents to 22 languages to enable parents to view their child's documentation in their native language. Prior to this, we would have to send information into here. We would have to have somebody put it into a translation service, which was very expensive. Now this has been added as an add-on, so this is really good for our parents who speak a second language or whose primary language may not be English. Also, we have the Ed Plan Connect Parent Portal, which will increase family engagement by providing a portal for parents to view their students' documents and electronically sign any documentation. This will be available in September, and our SPED department trained our teachers on it today, and of course there'll be more training as we move forward, especially for parents. In our technology department, over the summer, the IT team completed a series of major projects aimed at improving technology and supporting educational and IT initiatives in our schools. The team unboxed, inventoried, configured, and transported 2,140 new Chromebooks, ensuring all devices were ready for student use when we roll them out. We have fully transitioned from our previous web filter to a more advanced system, offering improved features to better protect our students, as well as enhancing the usability of our classroom management software for teachers, and Mr. Sexton shared a lot about that earlier. Additionally, we upgraded our Google domain from Education Fundamental licenses to the Education Plus edition. This unlocks a suite of enhanced security tools to better protect our staff and our student accounts from being hacked into. At all 3 high schools, we installed and configured 230 VV Media devices to facilitate dynamic classroom presentations and collaboration, while adding announcement capabilities and the ability to display emergency notifications immediately when needed to. And lastly, they completed the installation and configuration of 86 TVs and interactive panels at Jefferson Forest High School, further enhancing the learning environment with a more modern display technology. Finally, in the student support service area, time was spent this summer providing extensive training and discussions and scenarios regarding the Code of Student Conduct. Specifically, administrators work to enhance their skills in utilizing consistent, developmentally appropriate, responsibility-centered discipline practices. Administrators also spent time reflecting and learning about their role in establishing and improving school climate among staff, students, and the community. We are expanding our partnership with Centra Bedford Memorial Hospital to better support students experiencing suicidal ideation and or non-suicidal self-harm. Throughout the summer and fall, our school counselors and school psychologists will participate in tours and simulations to better understand what happens to a student and their family after we send them for further evaluation, and how we can support students after their discharge from the hospital. Simultaneously, Mr. Tucker and Mrs. Shenko will be presenting to emergency room providers with Centra so they can better understand our practices and services for students at the school level. We have a great partnership with Centra that we really appreciate their work with us. We're also working to expand our Heart Safe Ready practices by establishing cardiac emergency response plans. You'll hear those referred to as CERT at every school. These extensive plans ensure that each school has a well-trained cardiac emergency response team that can react appropriately in the event that any student or staff member experiencing a cardiac emergency on campus can get the appropriate care. If you'll remember, Jefferson Forest High School was awarded the Heart Safe Award for the first school in this region and in this school division. I'm proud to say that 12 of our other schools have now received the Project Adam Heart Safe School designation, and we are well on our way to having all of our schools designated during the upcoming school year. If this happens, we will become the first public school division in the Commonwealth to have 100% of their schools, including central office, designated as a heart-safe campus.
Awesome. All right, in the transportation world, it is with great excitement to introduce you to our new Supervisor of Transportation, Mr. Jeff Lee. Jeff comes to BCPS from the United States Postal Service with extensive leadership and supervisory experience. For the past year, he retired from USPS and he joined and served the BCPS Transportation Department team as a substitute driver and driving athletic trips. He's a Bedford County graduate. His wife teaches at New London Academy, and his children have graduated from or in BCPS. Jeff jumped right into his new position on June 23rd and hit the ground running. We're excited about the future of the Transportation Department under his leadership. I would like to sincerely thank our Transportation Department office staff, specifically Ms. Dreama Heck, Assistant Supervisor of Transportation, Ms. Carrie Thomas, Administrative Assistant, Ms. Jackie LaRue, Administrative Assistant, Ms. Kim Gates, Stanton River Zone Lead Driver, and Mr. Art Lipscomb, Forest Zone Lead Driver, for their leadership and their hard work through this transition. They've done an excellent job of keeping the department moving forward as Jeff came on board. We've recently received the routing and operations audit from School Bus Logistics. From the recommendations and the training provided by SBL, the department has dissolved and consolidated 5 routes already. Mr. Lee and his staff will continue to utilize those reports in the audit, and specifically the training that they received from the auditors and Greg Jackson and his team at SBL, and help that future routing when we complete that. We are ready to start the school year. Routes were distributed to drivers on Thursday, July 17th. Drivers were required to run the routes, drive the routes for accuracy in the system, and fully inspect their school bus. All drivers and their transportation staff attended a mandatory training on Monday, July 28th. Routes were live for schools and principals on Monday, July 28th also, and then the routes were texted and emailed to parents on Monday, August 4th this week, and Tuesday, August 5th. So we are ready to roll. We currently have As of right now, we currently have all of our routes covered to begin the year. However, we are in critical need of bus aides, full-time and part-time substitute drivers, and regular route drivers due to late recent resignations. We currently have four full-time substitutes, but are trying to maintain a staff of 9. If I can get this. So that is a picture of our awesome bus drivers and really our entire department this last Monday. We just want to recognize all of them. They are wonderful, dedicated drivers and bus aides, and they keep our students safe and literally moving forward, right? So we currently have 128 drivers, 32 car drivers, and 11 bus aides, and we're looking forward to a great year.
Dr. Cornett, he can just flip for me. Or do you want me to?
He couldn't flip for himself.
I trust you, Dr. Cornett. I trust you.
Struggle's real over here.
Let's get real.
I want to start the HR report with thanking the HR and talent development team for all of their hard work and dedications to getting all these positions filled. They have gone above and beyond working over to get people in place for the first day of school. We have hired 75 new teachers, 32 of which are 0 teachers. This slide says we currently need 8, but as of today, we currently need 7. We're 99% filled. We are working on the process of last minute hirings and getting long-term subs in place if needed for the first day of school. Additionally, we have hired 65 classified and support positions, which include IT, nurses, counselors, psychs, custodians, paraprofessionals, clerical. We've hired 3 principals, 7 assistant principals. It has been a busy summer. You can flip. You are starting.
I told you.
I'm clicking, I promise you. All right.
On Monday, August 4th, Bedford County welcomed 150 new staff members. All the staff met at Liberty Middle School for breakfast and new hire orientation. Mr. DePere and Mr. Marcus Hill welcomed new staff to Bedford. New teachers started orientation by focusing on academic excellence with content supervisors. They focused on lesson plan, curriculum guides, and learning about available resources. All new staff completed human resource rotation, learning about insurance, benefits, payroll, professional development, licensing. New teachers then returned on day 2 to learn how to set classroom routines and expectations, as well as a session presented by our own Justin Tucker on diffusing disruptive behaviors, he did an excellent job. Special thanks go out to Dr. Weiss for planning and organizing this event. It was a great job preparing our new staff for the start of the school year.
I'm going to update the board on our maintenance department. I think the board members on the facility committee and PBA committee spoke about this a little bit earlier, but we have some pictures to go along this. Liberty High School, it's one of our PPA projects for canopies and also auditorium is shown there. The one on the left shows the temporary sidewalk in place where it's gated for protection. We do have screens there so the kids aren't distracted during their school day looking in at the construction that are in place right now. So as was said earlier, we're on schedule and on budget. The right-hand screen showing they're digging out an area where the dance floor is going to go in that room. So that's getting prepared there. But great work being done there. A lot of the canopy work at Liberty High School, retrofitting and fixing that has been done. Not 100%, but a lot of it was done. At Stanton River High School, not as much of the canopy work was done. Some was done there, but we had to move all the fiber optics and communications, and we had to wait for that, so there was a little bit of delay. Wanted to make sure that was up and running before we started pulling everything else out. So you can see the foyer areas of both of those auditoriums have been completely demolished and gone. And so there's temporary sidewalks there and also shielding so the construction can go on during the year. So some great things being done at both of those schools. The gym at Bedford Primary, you can see there, we were even updating these pictures as of yesterday. On the right, pretty updated. That's scheduled to be completed by November. So, you know, that's one project out of the way, and they can focus on the other two. So, we were mentioning about how much dirt, how deep they had to go. They had to go about 12 feet deep in some areas to get to some very good ground, so they can put the footers and get everything down. So they were digging a lot. That was not expected, but projects on time going forward despite all the rain. Not a great picture to show here, but there was a lot of this done. This has been almost a 2-year project, and you got a water treatment plant. We didn't show that picture, but we got the well house and the pumps there. Everything's scheduled to be started up. You need the students back to get it fully started up. I won't go into details about that, but anyway, so that's all scheduled to be completed, and we'll brief on that and keep the committee updated on that one. Boonesville Atrium, we're having some leaks when we had the skylights up there, so we closed that in. That's completed. The picture doesn't show that there's been additional lighting put in there this week and the beginning of next week. That'll be all done by the time school starts. HVAC and roofing project at Stewartsville, both of those done. The roof on the right is the one over the cafeteria, and then the HVAC units all in place. They're scheduled and are substantially completed. The biggest problem here was finding the Freon, because you had ordered and yet the supply chain is really messed up there. You can only get a little bit at a time, but everything's up and running right now. Bedford Elementary lighting upgrade inside and outside to LED. Looking at those pictures, they're just phenomenal. Just seeing how it's lit up, almost looks like a college campus and stuff. So very, very pleased with how that came out. So that's all done. The contractor was the first time using that contract, came here and just did a phenomenal job. So we're very pleased. We need a window replacement. So that's the annex on the outside. I believe there's pre-K out there, maybe kindergarten. And so those windows were really in bad shape, and we got those replaced this summer. Forest Elementary, Big Island, roof painting on both of those had to be done. Wasn't a dry summer like last year, so but they got it done, and so it's all set to go. And we'll continue to monitor that to make sure there's no deterioration in it, and that paint actually sticks and holds on. The baseball field that is at the middle school for the high school, so I should have put a middle school there. There was some erosion going on there in the right field, so we had to get that done. So that the baseball team just kept winning last year, so we got delayed in getting that started, but it is complete and safe and in much better shape right now. There are some other projects listed here where we did some painting, fire alarms, mulching all the playgrounds, carpet removal, and some new lighting at Montville. Overall, there are probably, on top of all these projects, 30 minor projects, we would say, that we had scheduled for this summer, and 825 work orders that were taken care of from requests from the schools. I want to commend Sheldon Cash, Taylor Bell, Dakota Wilson, and Mike Brinkley. All those head up the maintenance department in different areas. They just knocked it out. I don't remember where we've had so many projects going on at one time, and they did a great job. I don't have any slides for the next two because they're really brief. I don't have a slide of all the nutrition staff coming back because they'll be back tomorrow morning. The managers have been back making sure the orders are coming in and everything's stocked. The staff report tomorrow morning for in-service, and then they got 2 days to get ready for the kids to come back on Wednesday. As far as the finance department that I oversee, Leanne's department is killing us in payroll, getting all these new employees set up, but we're keeping up and making sure everything's processed. So everything's looking good. Mr. DePere mentioned that the funds were released for some of those grants that we were concerned about. And the next thing in regards to the whole school board watching and evaluating the budget is what's our enrollment on the first day, really first 2 weeks of school, because the amount of money we get per kid is pretty substantial. So we'll be watching and monitoring that. So that concludes what I have, and open it up for questions for any of us on anything that was presented here.
Questions, comments?
That's a lot.
It's good to see.
And I like the pictures, this is, so I can visualize all of that stuff.
If you look at that list, go out and visit the schools and kind of take a look. Pictures show a little bit, but there's a lot more detail, and we'd be here for another 2 hours showing slides, and I don't know if you want to.
No, and I appreciate the fact of, that's a lot of work that I don't think we would have seen 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, the amount of work that's being done. So kudos to those folks that you just mentioned, but also to you two guys that have really pushed and organized this. I mean, the amount of work that's getting done is just phenomenal. And Randy, I wanted to mention, I should have said this earlier, your nutrition team did a phenomenal job on Monday setting up breakfast. So make sure you relay that message back to them, that it was.
The two ladies that had that up is Suzanne Quisenberry and Courtney Worley, and they've been preparing that, and they've done like 3 or 4 events this summer where they've
They've done a really
catered.
good job.
And that catering fund comes into the nutrition department as funds. So it really helps them out, and so they've been doing that, and I think all the departments have appreciated their hard work.
Did a good job. And then, just to add a little salt here, your comment about the dance floor at Liberty High School is the new yoga studio at Forest Middle. That's all I'm gonna say. The terminology that we used to hear about the yoga studio, so it's good to hear.
I think those floors will be going in both schools, but.
All right. Any other comments for staff reports?
I just wanted to say that we are talking about excellence, and our excellence in our facilities is a reflection of our school district as well. And I think that's, wonderful that we're doing all that.
Absolutely, they were great. Okay, Dr. Trosper, 4.01, Family Life Curriculum.
Good evening. Ms. Purvis, I did not include pictures for family life.
Thank you, Doctor.
I was just killing time while they were working there. All right, so good evening. So tonight I'm going to talk about the Family Life Guide, the revised Family Life Guides for Bedford County. During the past school year, a committee did meet to adjust those, and so I'm going to present the revised guides and the changes. So first thing I just want to share is we had a Family Life Education Committee, and so the individuals that were on the committee are displayed. They began meeting in January of this school year, and our goal was really to review the existing guides, make recommendations about family life instruction here in Bedford County Schools. And I just want to say that they provided substantive input and feedback throughout the process. I greatly appreciate their commitment. We met at least 3 different times for 2 hours, and that doesn't include the time they put in outside. So I really appreciate their input throughout this process. So I just want to give you a quick overview of the work of the team, of the committee. First of all, we did meet in January, and at this point, we discussed the core purpose of family life. We emphasized support for students and how this can be a support and relevant curriculum for our students. We emphasize how we can be transparent with our families, how this guide can help us prevent misinformation and create a clear and organized structure for instruction. The second meeting, we developed our priorities, or we reaffirmed our priorities for family life in Bedford County. We reviewed the standards for grades 6 through 9, deciding what to teach, what not to teach. We discussed how we would implement family life in Bedford County, the professional development for our teachers, and then the procedures for parents to opt out their children, because that is an option for family life for parents. At our third meeting in April, we discussed specifically family life in elementary school, and so I'll go into some more depth a little bit later, but we did share some concerns, what we thought might be concerns from our community about introducing this to the elementary schools. We did discuss how surrounding school divisions implement family life in elementary school, and then specific topics that we wanted to include. In July, at our leadership conference, we did share drafts with our principals. We have kept the CPO committee informed throughout the process, so I do appreciate their support. And then actually this morning, I met with elementary and secondary PE teachers and just gave them a preview of what we're sharing tonight, with the understanding that this still does need to be approved, but just wanted to kind of have that conversation and get their input as well. And so the drafts that you have reflect input from the committee, from school administrators, and from the CPO committee. We do have some state and local policies that are related to family life, and these are at the forefront of our discussions. One thing that's interesting about this topic is school divisions have flexibility about how to incorporate it. So you have the option as a board to teach all of family life standards K through 12. You can teach some of the standards, or you can teach none of them at all. So that's a decision that boards have the right to make. And so again, we're presenting our recommendations for what should teach. So just really quickly, when we look at the Code of Virginia, I did include a portion of the law, just so if you're able to review that, just to make sure that you know kind of the framework that governed what we did and the framework that governed the standards for family life that were developed by the Board of Education as recently as 2020. That became our guidepost as we developed the guides, and it also kind of gave an idea of the scope of what family life is and all the topics that it does cover. And so I do think that's important that we keep that in mind. We also have a policy in Bedford County, policy IGAH, that provides further guidance. It is consistent with the code, but there is special emphasis in our policies that emphasizes the right of parental review of all curriculum materials. So again, that was really important that we honor that as we go through the process. So just want to give you a quick overview of what's in these guidelines. And the guides. So the committee developed them for the elementary and secondary level, and so that is a change. Previously, it's only been in secondary. They're important that our teachers know these. They're important that our families have access, because when a parent allows their child to sit in family life instruction, we essentially are making a commitment that we will only teach what we say will be taught. And so we have emphasized that what is in the guide is what is taught. If it's not in the guide, we don't teach it. And again, that's different from other subjects, but I just want to be clear, that's why these guides are so important. Schools are expected to have these in their offices. They're expected to post these on their school websites. Should this be approved, we will make sure that happens in September. A quick overview. First of all, it just lists the family life committee members in the Code of Virginia, and it really establishes the tone, the framework for the rest of the document. The implementation guidelines specify how family life will be implemented specifically in Bedford County. So we really think about what it looks like in our classrooms. Again, they emphasize a parent-teacher team approach to family life. And this portion explains how family and community members will be involved in the development of the guides. That materials are open to parental review, and it gives an overview of the structure and what it would look like in our schools. There's a section for resources for parents and teachers, so it outlines certain organizations that might be able to provide additional information, like the Department of Health, the Blue Ridge Pregnancy Center, the Bedford Pregnancy Center. And it also explains training our teachers receive to prepare for teaching family life in Bedford County. As I said, all families have the option to opt out of family life, so we detailed that process pretty thoroughly, just so families understand what their rights are and what they can opt out and so on. And then finally, family life standards are listed along with the specific topics that we have chosen to teach in Bedford County classrooms. I do want to emphasize or highlight a partnership that we've recently formed. It's an organization called Freedom 424. And their mission essentially is to prevent and end sexual exploitation and human trafficking locally and globally through education, awareness, and restoration. And something that we've recently discovered is they also have a curriculum that goal is to stop exploitation before it starts through preventative education classes. And so Bedford County Family Life teachers will use resources created by Freedom 424, and they'll teach topics related to human trafficking and sexual exploitation, which are part of the standards that we have recommended to teach. The module topics are actually displayed on the screen, and so what we'll do is we're recommending in elementary, in 5th grade, they would teach Module 1, Healthy Relationships, and then grades 6 through 9. The other topics, and then Module 6 is recommended for 10th grade. We're not recommending that we teach family life in 10th grade, but certainly a teacher could pull resources in 9th grade if they wanted to use that. And as you can see, those are some heavy topics, but we also, the committee felt like they were important that our students hear and learn about those. The secondary topics for family life are displayed on the chart there on the screen. I'm going to discuss elementary topics in the next slides, but each topic, whether it's elementary or secondary, follows the same structure. So it's organized by topic. Each topic lists the standards that will be taught. There's a descriptive statement of the topic, a summary of the lesson, and then a parent-child activity that families can do at home. And so the idea being that once a lesson is taught, if parents want to support that or have extended conversations, we tried to give them some tools and resources that they have the option of using. And so really encourage our teachers to highlight those for our families. So really quickly, why did we recommend family life in Bedford County? So since at least 2007, when the previous guide was developed, Bedford County has not taught in elementary schools. The committee did unanimously agree that family life should be taught in elementary schools, and there's a few reasons for that. We found out that Bedford County Public Schools is really the only division in our area that does not teach family life to elementary school students. So that chart shows what grades are taught in some of the surrounding divisions. One thing that we discussed also is that the average age of puberty for girls is ages 8 through 13, and the average age for boys is 9 through 14. And so what this means potentially is that some students could have started puberty in elementary school without an accurate understanding of what was happening to them if they haven't had these conversations with parents. And so we felt like it was probably appropriate to have these conversations just to help support our students. Another thing, unfortunately, we know that most cases of abuse will happen before a child is in 6th grade, statistically. Abuse and human trafficking are just increasingly important topics for students to be aware of, and they need to know how to respond should they be faced with something like this. And so both discussions are covered in the family life standards we're recommending. And then finally, historically, Bedford has had a high pregnancy rate and high sexually transmitted infection rates compared to the rest of the state. In my research, it's improving a bit, but it has historically been very high. And so we hope that we can provide a service to our community by educating students on topics that might lead them to consider behaviors that would prevent that or put them at risk for pregnancy or STIs. So that's some of the justification why. And then when it comes to the topics for elementary, what we are recommending is that we teach family life in our elementary schools in grades 4 and 5 only right now. So grades 4 and 5, focusing on the topics of personal safety and human growth and development. So just so you're aware, we already do have programs in Bedford County like our DARE program and Be Safe Virginia, where we partner with the Sheriff's Department that do address topics such as personal safety and healthy relationships and a few others. But the family life standards about personal safety go quite a bit deeper. They talk about issues like child abuse, child neglect, skills in saying no, and then recognizing threatening or uncomfortable situations. We wanted to make sure parents knew this and had the option to opt out of that, because that obviously could be traumatizing, triggering for our families. So we felt like it was important, but families again needed to have that option to allow that or not. The other topic would be human growth and development. And so for this topic in 4th and 5th grade, they'll learn about topics like human reproductive organs, physical changes during puberty, human fertilization and prenatal development, the endocrine system, the importance of nutrition for themselves and for pregnant women, and then reasons for avoiding sexual activity prior to marriage. And so as with any lesson, we want to present an age-appropriate, respectful manner by trained teachers. And there's also parent-child activities that they can do. So I would encourage you to check that out if you hear from families, to encourage them to look at that again to help extend those discussions when the child goes home so they can communicate with their families. As an additional layer of support for our families that still might have questions about this, the Code of Virginia does say that parents have the right to review family life curriculum, as they would any curriculum in our schools. But I just want to make sure that you and our families know that a copy will be located on our school websites and also in the main office. So right now it's in our secondary schools. Upon approval in September, it would be in all of our schools. So our parents do have that option to ask and get their questions answered. So at this point, moving forward to today, as I shared, we met with our PE teachers just to kind of talk about that and answer their questions. The next step is we want to talk to CPO again, just to kind of hear some more feedback if they've had any, if they've heard from other board members. In September, we'll bring this back to the board as an action item. And then after that, we would be approved to go teach that. And so in September the 19th, Freedom 424 is going to come train our teachers on how to plan materials and instruction, and we will also, as a division, send a letter to our families, our elementary families, informing them that family life would be taught. That's something our principals felt really strongly that the parents should hear from the division first, and then we will develop a schedule for teaching that. So that's kind of where we are with family life, and again, the guides are attached if you want to review those in more depth. And so at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions about family life guides.
I have a question. I appreciate all you put together. I appreciate, wanting parents to be involved. I know as a dad of a 4th grader, I've been anxious about this. So I appreciate all the thought that was put into that. I appreciate putting all this together. The only question I had, and this is kind of more of a practical question, when I was reviewing your guides on, I think it's page 11 of your elementary family life guide, it says that, elementary students, classes will be taught separately for boys and girls. Students will be taught by a teacher of the same sex. Male will teach male students. females will teach female students.
Correct.
The problem is, like New London, we do not have any
Yes.
males outside of custodians. So how do you implement that?
So we do, we're gonna ask our PE teachers to teach that. That's something they do at the secondary level, but we did recognize that as a logistical challenge. So spent some time this summer talking to our principals about that. Talked today about that to our elementary teachers, and they had the same concerns. And so we're gonna have to kind of get creative and create a schedule, I think, at the division level for that. I shared with them that we've got a couple of options. You know, we could potentially ask them to teach at another school to make sure that we're following that guideline. When I talked to secondary, some of them indicated they would be happy to collaborate and even come down and teach at the elementary level, this particular part of it. So that is the next step for me, is to kind of get a draft together, working with our schools to plan those logistics. And that's gonna be a challenge. And the first time we do it, we're gonna have to learn from it. And so I really encourage those teachers to give me feedback, give me ideas, and hopefully we can do that. Hopefully the 2 grades make it more manageable, and hopefully we can get that done successfully.
Thank you.
I have a question. I had met with the cybersecurity guy of Bedford County. He actually covers all of southern Virginia. Well, all of Virginia except for northern Virginia, let's put it that way. And there's been sexting going on with 3rd graders. In the elementary, are you planning on covering, because I don't see that in the table of contents. Are you planning on talking about cybersecurity and all that?
There's a lot to talk about with online safety, and some of that comes from our sheriff's department also. They talk to the kids about that. As you get into secondary, as I said, internet safety, media, being aware of messages sent through media, they are covered in that. And I think that's one of the reasons we even discussed why we update the guide, to make sure what we are teaching is relevant to society. In 2007, smartphones weren't nearly, I think that's when the first smartphone was invented. I think it's when the iPhone came out. So that is something that we've emphasized. And we've also worked with, in the past, members from ICAC to train our teachers on how to address that to our students and how to be aware of that. So that's been a great partnership over the years.
So is that part of the curriculum for 4th and 5th grade?
I'd have to look specifically at the standards. It's the 4th and 5th grade, the personal safety is more about recognizing dangerous situations, recognizing abuse, learning how to say no. And then when it comes to more of the human development part, it's really more about puberty, and humans are able to reproduce and making kids aware of that. So I can go back and double check that, but I don't know if that specifically is addressed.
It doesn't look like it from your table of contents, but I think it would be an important part of, it doesn't have to be a lot, but I think it would be an important part of the 4th and 5th graders, because some of them are getting their own iPhones at that point, and they are completely unaware of the dangers of that, so
Okay.
I think it would be important for that.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, thank you, Dr. Trosper. All right, 7.01, approve RFQ health consultant, Mr. Hagler.
Yes, in conjunction, it's been a while since we went out for bid and put out a request on healthcare consultants. We did this in conjunction with the county. They were putting one out too, so we kind of piggybacked on that. We're not required to go the same direction as them, but we're kind of like working together to get some efficiency there. Dr. Calvert and myself served on that committee, and with Robert Hiss and some of his staff, and it was unanimous to made a decision to switch over to Alliant from Willis Towers Watson. And we did brief the finance committee on this at our last meeting, let them know that this was gonna be our recommendation tonight. So with that, asking the board to go ahead and approve the switch to Alliant going forward for a healthcare consultant. And we look for great things from them, and it's probably ended up being a little bit cheaper in the end too, so.
Any discussion, any questions? Do I have a motion to approve the health consultant as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Holbrook. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Again, I'll ask for any questions or discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, That is approved, Mr. Hagler.
Thank you.
7.02, approve RFQ, legal services. That has my name on it. Board members, I sent each of you a message to notify you that we received two RFQ or two responses to our RFQ. And I know some of you were going to make individual calls to the attorneys. I'm able to, Mr. Hagler, I'm able to give the names, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Sands Anderson, who we currently utilize, responded to our RFQ. And then we had a Lytton and Site, I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation, with Mr. Daniel P. Rose responding to our RFQ. So I know several of you wanted to reach out individually to ask questions. You've shared those. I have comments from staff as well. But I will turn it over and ask if any of you have comments or recommendations of which way you are leaning as far as the RFQ that we received.
I think it's important to clarify that Daniel Rose does not provide special ed.
We've already made that establishment when we agreed last month that we were not going to change sped, so.
I reached out to both the attorneys. I think I sent all the board the answers that they gave me to my questions. I think they both provided good information. I saw them both as very adequate legal firms. One thing I am driven by what's the cheapest. That's always my goal in life. It does look like aggregate Sands Anderson is about 14% more expensive. I don't know how much percentage we use of partners versus associates, but they're about 14% more. Looking at it as well, I'm typically adverse to switching services and vendors in my own businesses, just because there is a bit of growth there. There's a bit of you lose some of that information, and so you're repeating. So I don't know that we're gonna be able to save the 14%. And Mr. Hadley, correct me, but I believe it's about $100,000 we spend on non-IEP legal services a year. Is that about right?
Fluctuates, depends on what's going on, but yes, sir.
Yeah. So you're looking at $14,000. Are we gonna lose that savings in, all right, well, if we call Sands Anderson with an issue right now, hey, this is the one we dealt with 2 years ago, similar situation, we'll get a quick answer versus someone that we'll have to start over with. So that's kind of my only concern about switching is just you're losing a little bit of that, the ability to reference back things that have happened historically. Other than that, they both seemed like perfectly legitimate law firms. I know both have experience currently representing the school board, so I think they're both valid in that frame.
I'm leaning towards switching. Sure.
Okay.
Not just because of the savings, but because of other issues we have had in the past. But if we can save money at the same time, I think to me that's even better.
Any comments?
I concur with Mr. Holbrook.
Comments?
I have not worked with them personally, either one of them. I have spoken with Daniel Rose. He's always available, or, he gets back to us pretty quickly. My experience with him, I can't speak to the attorneys with Sands Anderson one way or the other on that respect. I've always been a big proponent of people working to find solutions as opposed to just saying, no, you can't do something. And I think, like I said, I can't say anything about Sands Anderson regarding that personally, but I think that Daniel Rose is somebody who would put in the extra time to find a way to help with solutions to move forward. And that's my impression of him. So.
I think that to Mr. Hill's point, that we may be awash in the first year or year and a half, but ultimately I think Daniel's a better fit for county.
Okay. Transparency is always key, so I want to make sure I share feedback from our staff before we make any decisions and move forward. Limited experience as far as the Lytton and site. They work with 2 small school divisions. Sands Anderson is general counsel for 30 to 40 school divisions and special education attorneys for over 100 school divisions. Mr. Rose has presented on FOIA and public relations at private school conferences and does local presentations for school divisions on FOIA. He's done a Title IX overview, but not training on specific Title IX roles and responsibilities. While he has general knowledge of topics, his expertise seems to be in FOIA. Mr. Rose said that depending on the topic, he would loop in someone else, and that's fine, another attorney at the firm for consultation and backup. But, you know, looking at cost, yes, that firm is cheaper, but if you're having to involve more, then do we really save anything? Sands Anderson presents at multiple school conferences, including human resources and administrative conferences. Examples include VAS, VASPA, VASPO, VCASE, etc. Multiple attorneys present from Sands Anderson and their respective areas of expertise, which covers Title IX, ADA, FOIA, OCR, FMLA, personnel, and contract law. As far as cost, yes, the hourly rate for Lytton and Site is less than Sands Anderson. The amount of time allocated for a problem based on the level of knowledge will be greater at Lytton and Site, possibly. It takes a small amount of time to get an answer when you confer directly with the expert in that topic. Lytton and Site made reference to good practice of bringing in outside law firms for Title IX training, additionally saying that it was up to a division to divvy out legal work as they see fit, referencing the contracting of experts in a particular field when needed for outside counsel. Again, nothing wrong with that. They're seeking expert, but from a cost perspective, does it save us in the long run? So that doesn't change anything. I wanted you to hear what our staff have said and feedback and for us to take into consideration. So with that being said, I will ask, is there a motion or is there any further discussion?
I'll make a motion that we go with Lytton and Sipes.
Okay, have a motion by Mr. Holbrook.
Second.
All right, have a second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A 119 for the discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific employees of Bedford County Public Schools, and 19 for the discussion of plans to protect school safety in consultation with law enforcement officials, where discussion in an open meeting would jeopardize the security of the school facilities.
I have a motion by Mr. Daniels. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Purvis. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are in closed session.
been the latest one we've had in a long time.
Compared to what it
Oh,
was.
yeah, I know.
All right, do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Daniels, do I have a second? Second by Ms. Purvis, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right, we're out of closed session. Ms. Johnson, if you will certify.
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And where section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
I am going to abstain from this vote, but do I have a motion for the approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. S. Hill, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Hubach, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Three-way tie.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. S. Hill. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
I think it's covered.